Good morning, everyone. And let me welcome everyone to the City of Palm Coast City Council business meeting this morning. Today is Tuesday, December the 19th, 2023. It is 9:01 a.m. and we are in the community wing of Town Center. I would ask you all to please stand and, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I would ask you all to please stand and join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. Following the pledge, you're welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, pray, or play for a moment. Thank you, everyone. Would call the roll, please.
Mayor Alfin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri. Present. And Councilmember Hyder is absent.
We move directly to our public participation item on the agenda today. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the Communications and Marketing Director seated in the back of the room. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor. Be concise and to the point. Avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. So with that, I would invite the first member of the public that would like to address me and City Council. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kathy Reichard-Olavsky. I am the president of the Palm Coast Historical Society, and I'm here to talk to you about the preservation of our scenic byway on Old Kings Road. This is a continuation of a conversation that I started by email a couple of weeks ago following a presentation by Mark Falzone at Scenic America, held at the Tiger Bay Club meeting. It came to my attention that Old Kings Road is a designated scenic byway. The byways in Florida were created in 1996, although it wasn't clear to me whether or not the City of Palm Coast has a corridor management plan. And when I started to do some research about the scenic byways, I realized that they state a few things. Scenic America is not anti-development, but instead pro-good development. And for this reason, they encourage communities to develop a corridor management plan to address how new development might be accommodated in a manner that preserves the intrinsic qualities of the corridor. Most of us know that Old Kings Road is the oldest road in the state of Florida and probably in the southeast, having been constructed in 1776 by the British Army on what was once an Indian trail. It is not only historic, but it is scenic, especially the portion from Palm Coast Parkway to Route 100. Many of us have been under the misimpression that all of this area east of the roadway is part of a conservation corridor. And while we do have thousands of acres as part of that plan, the areas right up along the roadway are not necessarily included in that conservation corridor. So my question is, what sort of corridor management plan do we have in place? And if we don't have one, how can we create one immediately to address the buffers that are needed to preserve the scenic byway along Old Kings Road. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Jacobson. Excuse me, I live in Toscana community. I'm a recent member or resident of the area. I moved here about 16 months ago.
Yeah, if I may just ask, is this a comment regarding a future agenda item?
No, it is not.
Okay, please. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to request from the board a new work order to be activated. I have lived almost at the corner of New Leatherwood and New Oakley for 16 months, and the street light has not been fixed. It's been marked with a yellow code around it, but no work has been done. I'm a great believer in lighting deterring any kind of criminal activity. Secondly, I would like to know if there are plans in Palm Coast to increase the number of cell towers. I cannot make a phone call inside my home without losing the call. We've been forced to use Wi-Fi calling, so I was just, excuse me, wondering if there was any future plans for that. And my third request is to see if it would be possible from the city to require weight requirements for trucks using Old Kings Road South. I have been almost run off the road by oversized trucks with trailers taking up more than one lane, heavy trucks all the time. The road is beginning to ripple, and it's having a lot of damage from all the trucks. And with I-95 so close by with no tolls, I don't understand why these trucks are using Old Kings Road as a bypass. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor Alphen and members of the City Council. My name is Don Spencer, and my wife and I have lived in Palm Coast since 2017. I would like to bring to your attention what would hopefully have an impact on your thoughts and upcoming votes on projects moving forward. In reviewing one of the City Council's pillars of priorities taken from the City of Palm Coast website, it states under Sustainable Environment and Infrastructure, quote, build and effectively manage sustainable infrastructure that promotes clean water, integrated streets, and emphasizes green infrastructure. To anticipate the need for additional services and infrastructure to provide opportunities for mixed-use development with goods, services, and employment while creating a sustainable framework of visual appeal by caring for our land, water, air, and wildlife. To that point, I read an article online in The Travel that said, Palm Coast, a coastal city in Flagler County, Florida, has seen a 200% increase in population since 2000. According to the U.S. Census Bureau of Census, the county has had one of the highest population growth rates in the United States since 1990. In addition, looking at the Palm Coast website at the all planning projects, there are projects with red stars indicating approved projects and yellow stars indicating which projects are in active application. There are 34 active projects broken down as follows. Single-family homes, 18. Multifamily homes, 5. Apartments, 6. Townhouses, villas, 4. What does that mean for Palm Coast? Based on my calculations and data taken from the All Planning Projects webpage, over the next 1 to 2 years, we will see our population increase by 36,269 people. This also impacts our roads with an additional 19,708 vehicles. These figures do not include the completed or nearly completed apartment projects such as the Preserve at Flagler Beach, Central Landing, and the Palms. These nearly completed projects will create an additional 1,595 people and 3,190 vehicles. We and many other residents moved to Palm Coast to live in an area that was not overcrowded and traffic was less congested. I'm sure the mayor and the city council moved here for the same reasons. Just look at what's become of South and Western Florida. While I am not against growth and progress, I truly believe the Common Council statement written in the City Council of Pillars of Priorities should be followed, creating a sustainable framework of visual appeal by caring for our land, water, air, and wildlife. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir.
Morning, Jeffrey Seib. It's important when people come in to comment on issues affecting us all that we know the council is hearing us out. It's disappointing when we aren't allowed to speak on certain large developments as often as possible because of legalities. Residents' voices need to be heard on these and all matters that will affect the community. People shouldn't be left out of the loop, and our hopes, plans, and dreams discounted and marginalized for the sake of the few over the many. How is a development order, or the manner in which a development will be built, be based on terms from almost 20 years ago? How is that in any way relevant to today? How can the builder come in here with a proposal that increases the size of one of these antique development orders when we are already struggling with increasing population issues? How can the city folks whose job it is, I believe, to build this city at a reasonable growth rate and with reasonable attention to the concerns of residents here now, shove these proposals through? Residents, young families, retirees come in here to speak out against inappropriate changes to their neighborhoods and find out that nothing they say can even be heard by the city council because it's a quasi-judicial matter, ex parte, between the council staff and the developer or the developer's attorney. City planning staff works on these projects with developers and their attorneys for months at our expense, behind closed doors, and this is what they go to bat for. Then we were given a recitation of the experience and credentials of planning staff. Well, here's what I think. Credentials mean nothing if you are wrong. For example, the developer's attorney and our employees, the city planning staff, see compatibility as pretty much anything they say it is. To them, 35 homes on 5 acres is compatible with 1 home on 5 acres. Maybe an apartment building is compatible with a single-family home because they are both buildings. They are relying on invisible people, future residents, not here yet, over us for the process of going forward with development in this town. The city's development process, planning staff working for months with the developer, the planning board, then our last and only resort is when we can speak out to you. The process itself seems to have hit a snag. It's not working as it should. More homes, more apartments, more traffic, more noise, more people. Maybe, just maybe, less is more.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another member of the public that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Mayor, council members, I'm Gray Brigado. I live in Hidden Lakes. And Teresa, thanks for responding to my emails. Appreciate it.
Sir, is this regarding that subject? We have an agenda item coming up. If you could hold your comment until we get to that item on the agenda.
Really is about the study that you have for Town Square and the
Okay.
$20 million that you've requested on Old Kings Road. Want me to go ahead or wait?
If it's not related to the upcoming agenda item, go ahead, please.
So as I mentioned, you've requested $500,000. That's supposed to be coming here at the first of the year to study Town Square Road and a couple intersections, including Old Kings. The second piece of that is I understand $20 million has been requested from the state of Florida through the Department of Transportation to fix the bridge over the canal there on Old Kings Road. So, and we all know, as has been mentioned here, Old Kings Road is a north-south corridor for a lot of traffic to get from one side of town to the other. I think the point here is that for all of us that live in Palm Coast, me and you, we just cannot allow any development on that piece of Old King Road, specifically that bridge, that intersection, until that's fixed. So if you're allowed 20 million to come through here this next year, then go ahead with that construction. But until then, I would urge all of you to discount any improvements or any development on Old Kings Road. Okay? Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public? Yes, sir.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. I want to thank Councilmember Claudia for her work on looking at the problems with Florida Park Drive. I do want to say that because of the heavy trucks that have used it, the pavement over there is in bad shape. Really wish somebody would look at that close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Joe Brunak, 7 Courtney Court. I'm here again to speak about a proposed cell phone tower at 7 Clubhouse Drive. Looking at this tower, it is an inappropriate spot. The location is not in the master wireless plan. The lot itself is a non-conforming location, being too small. Section 4209 says that these cell towers must promote health, safety, and least visually obstructive. This location fails on all 3. It is absolutely too close. It is actually 80 feet from a retirement home. So I don't know how you consider that least adverse. The impacts are supposed to be minimal for these locations. That's why there's no tower there right now, as with Palm Coast being around 30-plus years or more. No one can speak with 100% certainty regarding the health effects of these 5G towers. I find it unbelievable that in our IT director in a workshop said the minimum distance is 150 feet. That seems completely outdated to me, completely too close. As far as the ambiance of the area has to be considered, this cell phone tower is going to be twice as tall as any tree, oak, or palm. We did see a visual of what they call the pine tree pole or something like that. It looks just as bad, frankly. There are no pine trees in the area where I live. You cannot look at this without the thought that hundreds of homes and thousands of people are going to be affected by this. The view of these photoshopped pictures is horrendous. Your eye goes right to that. My realtor has informed me that my house will decrease in value 100%. And again, no one knows how much. With all of these negatives, we ask that this tower application be rescinded, and at the very least, a no vote on any special exception for this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any remaining speakers to address me in City Council at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. Lynn Surfos, Hidden Lakes. I want to express my frustration that residents who live in neighborhoods near development that involves something as important as zoning changes being made are not being notified directly on what is...
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I think this relates to an agenda item that's upcoming in the agenda.
No, this is notification, about notification.
Generally, okay.
Yes,
Good.
yes, notification. On what is coming up on the council agenda. It is very unfair as residents of the city of Palm Coast that our city council can make zoning changes without us knowing anything about it. Sending these notifications to our HOA management company is very ineffective in notifying us residents. Unfortunately, our management companies change, and then your notifications go into la-la land, and we, the residents, know nothing about what is occurring with zoning changes near our homes. This is very unfair and an unethical practice by the city of Palm Coast. It is no wonder residents of the city often feel alienated, stepped on, and intentionally cut out of the loop for what is occurring at our council meetings, city council meetings. The notification to residents needs to be changed to individual notices to residents who are impacted directly by zoning changes. This change would guarantee that your constituents are being notified of these very important meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir.
Peter Johnson, Palm Coast, Mayor, members of the council, good morning. Everyone knows we had rains this weekend, and I went out and spoke to a bunch of different residents. In fact, we took some drone photos of the footage and saw the extensiveness of the flooding that the city is facing. While I understand that this is an issue that has to be dealt on an individual basis because of housing construction in different phases, something has to be done. I spoke to one individual gentleman who, quite frankly, is afraid to file a report with the city in fear of having to eventually basically either redo his home and redo the setup or purchase extensive and expensive flood insurance. That's getting harder and harder to get. He actually had a pump that was set up, and 15 seconds, it filled up a 5-gallon bucket. He ran that pump for 10 hours and his backyard was still not clear of water. By my best calculations, this man had 1,200 gallons of water in his backyard that was pulled up that he could not get rid of. There are 3 lots around him that are all high and dry. I don't know why building permits are still being pushed through at the city at this point. Until you guys can come up with something that says that this is going to stop the issue in the form of ordinances, code reform, some sort of new design feature with engineering, it is not appropriate that we're continuing to build infill lots, because the more that you see going up, the more that you see, and I understand that there's the 4-to-1 and the height off the crown of the road, but as to this gentleman's point, the city of Palm Coast didn't build the canals to look beautiful. The city of Palm Coast built the canals to put water somewhere so that they could build homes in a swamp. We are messing up severely. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any remaining members? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Darlene Shelley, Hidden Lakes, Palm Coast. Just wanted to speak to you regarding the zoning and land swap special exceptions that get approved through the City Council and PLDRB, and lack of competent, substantial evidence to back up those applications. Like the other folks had said, the developers spend hundreds of hours with city staff and planners, and that is our tax dollar. And why would the city take the stance of wanting to represent a developer or a landowner rather than the citizens of Palm Coast, the actual citizens that put you on that board, the citizens that get up here time and time again, like Ms. Puglisi, spilling her heart to you and begging you to protect our city. I drove down Seminole Woods yesterday, and the sidewalks were 2 feet underwater. And this is just a rainstorm, not a hurricane. There are no sidewalks on Old Kings Road. There is no infrastructure. The section from Town Center to Palm Coast Parkway is unimproved. It's a winding single lane each direction. And as it stands now, it floods. It floods in a rainstorm, and it floods severely in a hurricane. How can you consider removing hundreds of acres of trees, doubling the size of the footprint of projects that don't conform to your own future use land map? How can you do land swaps without the City Council understanding the implications of what that means? Each tree that you take down is a sponge that absorbs the water from the rain. And it's inconceivable to me that you would make those decisions that have such serious implications on our health, welfare, and safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Carol Brassfield. I live in the W section. I feel like I'm disappointed in the lack of representation from all but one counselor here in this room. It doesn't surprise me that the very people I voted for have not even sent me a return email saying they've received my emails. Or I will look into this concern, or let me ask someone in Stormwater Management Department. Nothing at all. Silence is deafening. I'm being treated like I don't exist from my city councilors, which doesn't really surprise me after what you all did to me last summer. Tell me what your jobs are, because I see people begging and reaching out about the same thing every meeting, and nothing is being done for the betterment of our city. I know that the wheels of justice in the city are rested up with the council. I am asking for clarity and help with this elevation of new homes that concerns me and many others. The house that is being ready to be built will be only 2 elevated homes in our neighborhood, and the 2 homes are on both sides of my property. So flooding is inevitable, and I will ask again, and I know the mayor should have the power to place a moratorium on this elevation problem, but the mayor has a conflict of interest because he himself is a realtor and developer. I researched FEMA, and they have a code for protecting pre-existing homes. Palm Coast has a code for protecting pre-existing homes from flooding. The code says there is to be no runoff into neighboring yards. The builders are merely trying to make these properties more attractive to buyers with this elevation at the expense of current property owners. I came from Cape Coral and lived through Hurricane Irma there. No flooding on my property or in my home. We lived 5 feet above sea level. We paid an arm and a leg for flood insurance and never had to use it. We moved here because we saw a beautiful, safe place to finish our retirement and be closer to our family. Palm Coast is 29 feet above sea level, and the flooding from unmaintained swells in neighborhoods of elevated homes is unacceptable. This man-made flooding should be fixed. We have supported this city for 5 years and live in a pre-existing home which was built in 1994. I just want to know how the inspectors sign on this travesty of injustice and stupidity to current homeowners' rights and let new homes be built causing flooding to our pre-existing homes. Yet it still remains a problem, and a person like myself sees this elevation as a disaster written all over it. Water runs downhill.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any remaining speakers?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Larry Coletti. I do live in Hidden Lakes, but I have 2 safety concerns, okay? I'm an avid bicycle rider, and I ride up Old Kings Road many days from Route 100. And just before you get to Town Center Boulevard, there's an arrow that says we have to get off of that bike lane onto the sidewalk. And there is no access. We have to ride over the grass. Now, I ride with a road bike with narrow tires, and it's dangerous, okay? The other area I have that I'm concerned about is on the bridge right next to Town Center Boulevard. When I'm coming out of Hidden Lakes, riding on that to get to the Lehigh Trail, many cars and trucks coming off of Town Center Boulevard take most of the sidewalk when they make that left-hand turn. Is there some way we can put some sort of a buffer to keep the cars in the car lane so walkers and bikers can use the sidewalk safely, okay? And I know with the increase in traffic that's coming, it's going to be even more of a safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Yep.
Any remaining speakers? I will go ahead and close public comment at this time. City Council, any comments at this moment?
Nothing at this moment.
Councilwoman Pontieri, anything now, or?
Nothing at this time.
I have nothing at this time.
Okay. City Manager, can you just comment briefly on the comprehensive plan, just to fill in a gap there in terms of how many of these comments can be absorbed into the initiative that's underway?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So if you go to our city website, you'll find a landing tile. So that's an image, and it says, basically, looking to our future for 2050. If you visit that, it has an interactive opportunity to actually comment if you think we should install a sidewalk somewhere, or if you love the park at Waterfront Park. Those type of feedback is vital right now. So as we go into the comprehensive plan update, and that's really our blueprint for the future, it's really important to hear from our residents.
All right, thank you for that.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I just have, the young lady who asked about a street light being fixed, just make sure you fill out a comment card, please. I didn't catch the intersection, and I want to make sure that we address that. Thank you.
And also make sure the responsibility for that.
Yeah, that was
All right.
my comment.
We'll move to the next agenda item, which is minutes. I'm looking for a motion for the minutes of two meetings. First, December the 5th, 2023, a business meeting. May I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor.
Second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Similarly, a motion for the minutes of the meeting that was held on December the 12th, 2023. It was a workshop meeting. May I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Have a motion again from the Vice Mayor
Second.
and a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes
Thank you. We'll
unanimously.
now move to item F on our agenda this morning, which are proclamations and presentations. And I have one proclamation to deliver. For those of you in the audience that don't recognize this group, it would be hard not to know who these folks are. These are very much a part of my local family and loyal members of the Rotary Club of Palm Coast.
Flagler County.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm a newer member
But
of
it's still-
Flagler
yeah.
County, but they gave me a nice pin for that.
That's right.
But I do feel very, very deeply about this proclamation because it's not so much about the club, although this club and all of the other clubs throughout our fine city and the county raise our bar, obviously, but they're here to fill in the gaps. No matter how hard we try, there are always going to be those gaps or those things that fall through the cracks. These are the people that you are looking at today that help make that happen, along with all of their collaborative folks that run the other organizations in town. But with that, today's proclamation, whereas Rotary is a global network of neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers who unite and take action to create lasting change in communities across the globe. And whereas the Rotary motto, service above self, inspires members to provide humanitarian service, follow high ethical standards, and promote goodwill and peace in the world. And whereas Rotary in 1985 launched Polio Plus, and in 1988 helped establish the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, which today includes the World Health Organization, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, UNICEF, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, to immunize the children of the world against polio. And whereas polio cases have dropped by 99.9% since 1988, and the world stands on the threshold of eradicating the disease. And whereas, to date, Rotary has contributed more than 2.6 billion and countless volunteer hours to protecting nearly 3 billion children in 122 countries. And whereas Rotary is working to raise an additional $50 million per year, which is leveraged for maximum impact by 2-to-1 match from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And whereas these efforts are providing much-needed operational support, medical staff, laboratory equipment, and educational materials for health workers and parents. And whereas there are over 1.4 million Rotary members in 46,000 clubs throughout the world that sponsor service projects to address such critical issues as poverty, disease, hunger, illiteracy, and the environment in their local communities and abroad. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Mayor and the Palm Coast City Council do hereby celebrate December the 19th, 2023 as World Polio Day in Palm Coast, and encourage all citizens to join me and Rotary International in the fight for a polio-free world. I can only say that despite the efforts of Charles, who will speak in just a moment, who has been relentlessly trying to get this proclamation out earlier in the year, I have to say, as we work through our final meeting today of this year in the beginning of the peak of the holiday season, I really am glad that this proclamation is being read today so that you all are taking in the good feeling of the season and hopefully understanding how much this group has given us. So with that, I present you the proclamation.
All right, well, good morning. I just want to mention that, our mission is this year, the theme of the year is to create hope in the world. So with that moving forward, we have diligently have instilled within our community on how we can impact in a positive manner. There's always a story behind a story, and we always want to make sure that we can ensure that we're fully understanding and maybe create a positive, more outlook to what they may be going through as well too. Mental health awareness is one of our focuses of the year for Rotary International, and locally this is what we're trying to instill and implement. And with that being said, we have right here in our backyard, the Fantasy Lights, which is wonderful, and that's all volunteers, local volunteers helping to create hope in the world, okay? And here I have Mary Lee, which is our area assistant governor for Rotary. We have Selena Hernandez, she is the director with the Flagler Education Foundation. And of course, we all know our Katie Lanhard, the supervisor of elections. So thank you so much, we greatly appreciate it.
And just remind everyone of the Fantasy of Lights times and days left.
Oh, absolutely, thank you. Thank you. Well, Fantasy Lights, as we all, most of us may know, we have that from 6:30 or to 9 o'clock, and that's running all the way throughout December 30th as well too. There's a lot of special events going on too, so make sure to check that out and come out and enjoy those displays that are put on, and they're all local sponsors there too. All right? We have about 55 plus displays, so come out and enjoy it. Excellent. Thank you.
With that, we move to the number 3 item under Agenda Section F, which is a presentation request for rehearing on Cascades.
Good morning, City Council members. Ray Tyner, Deputy Chief Development Officer. This request is for a rehearing. On November 7, 2023, City Council took action on a future land use map amendment for what is commonly referred to as the Cascades. Mr. Michael Cimento, as the authorized agent for JTL Grand Landing Development, filed a motion for a rehearing regarding the agenda item, which is called out in our Land Development Code in Section 2.16 parens D. The Land Development Code calls out a process for a rehearing. Mr. Cimento did submit a request for a rehearing within the 10-day time frame, and he is the applicant's representative, and he is here today to request for that rehearing.
Will he be delivering a presentation?
Yeah, he's going to come up. It is his request, so Mr. Cimento will come up for the request.
Good morning, Council. Michael Cimento for JTL Grand Landings, the owner of what you all understand to be the Hook parcel. When we were here in November, and in December, there was a comprehensive plan amendment that was put forth before you. And there was some activity during the meeting that kind of got away from me, so I apologize for being part of this confusion. But when the when the ordinance was approved by City Council, it did not have the authority to change the comprehensive plan designation for JTL Grand Landings Cascades. We have been through this with staff since that date. I'm not sure if you have reviewed our hearing request and the materials that went along with it. So we're here to answer any questions that you may have. But this is not the actual rehearing. This is just an opportunity for you all to rehear it, given the fact that my client was not part of the comprehensive plan and never gave its owner's authorization to do so. So we are requesting that in January that we go back to the second reading and rehear that matter again to ensure that we are compliant with the law for both JTL and Burn Dog, the owner of the Cascades parcel.
City Council members, do you have any questions of the applicant here?
Not at the moment.
How many acres is the Hook piece?
I believe it's about 40.
Is it 44.3?
Yes, ma'am.
And the owner of JTL, is that David West?
Yes. Well, it's the owner of JTL.
He's
I
the
think
manager,
managing.
correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions, Mayor.
Councilman Clufus.
No, I was not present for that second reading, but I don't have any questions.
So again, we're not here to debate that issue again. It's
No,
just
I understand.
an opportunity to
I'm
set a
just
hearing.
trying to think if there are any other questions. Mr. Tyner, any other information that we need to know?
No, just that this is a request.
My understanding is there's an error made in the factual information that was provided for the, when this was last heard.
There obviously is some miscommunication on
Well,
the
miscommunication.
authorization.
There was an error in the facts that were presented to City Council.
Correct. Yes,
Yeah.
there was, because JTL was not part of that, and
Right.
it was presented that they were.
All right, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass the gavel to the Vice Mayor. No, actually, no. Councilor, wait just a second. I pass the gavel because I'm going to make a motion that I want to rehear the original application at the earliest possible date that it can arrive at our agenda.
All right, I have a motion. Just a quick question to our attorney. Do I have to put this out to public comment?
For a motion for rehearing, I don't believe so.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I would second that.
Okay, I have a second. Any discussion by
Yes,
council?
I have discussion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I have looked at all of the materials that were provided, Mr. Chimento. I've looked thoroughly at all of the agendas, the PLDRB materials, and there were two meetings where this was before us. And Councilman Clupis, you were here for the first one, but I understand you were here for the second. So I have a real issue with Section 2.16D of the code, in which it states the grounds for what we can rehear. It explicitly states that if it's alleged that City Council has overlooked or misapprehended some facts or point of law. We haven't misapprehended anything. We used the information that was provided during those presentations by the applicant. Specifically, there are no less than 5 maps, just in the Flume ordinance alone, just in that presentation, that look like this. And this is the hook piece that we're all referring to. This is the 44.3 acres that I just asked about. This says proposed Flume. So I have a real issue saying that this council or our staff erred in some way. That's simply not the case. I've also looked at a string of emails where I understand it could be stated that there were some miscommunications, but on June 29th at 5 o'clock, Mr. Papa emailed the applicant and copied you, Mr. Chimento, asking to clarify what property was included in the Flume amendment. 12 minutes later, you responded stating that the hook piece was in fact not included. A little over an hour after that, Jeff Douglas, who was, it's my understanding, an owner of property that was also included in this Flume amendment, responded stating that JTL specifically, who was the owner of the hook piece, has requested that it be included, and he told Mr. Papa to go ahead and proceed. 2 minutes after that, Mr. Douglas again emailed Mr. Papa, stating by copy, Dan Welch will modify the SFR1 to include the JTL parcel. Then the next day, Dan Welch sent to Mr. Douglas and Mr. Papa an attachment stating, please see attached and let me know if you need anything else. He attached this Flume amendment. 51 minutes later, you again said JTL doesn't want this included, but then we get a certification from the owner of JTL, David West, stating everything in the application was correct. He signed it. It wasn't notarized like it's supposed to, but he signed it, stating everything in the application was correct. My issue with the rehearing is that this provides a slippery slope for people to come before this council to take up staff time and resources, a lot of it, and ask for a rehearing because things were not buttoned up in the application and were not put before this council properly on 2 different occasions and PLDRB on 1. I also am looking specifically at the narrative for the Flume. And this is for the Flume amendment. This is not for the zoning. It specifically says there is an additional 44-acre parcel with a current designation of city residential that will be part of the Cascades planning area and will be subject to the site-specific policy to limit development in the planning area to 850 dwelling units. That is very specific. That very specifically includes the 44-acre hook piece that we've been speaking about. My larger issue, because the end game in this is that the previous designation allows you to put an additional 98 units on the property. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that, right?
Okay, it is, because it's a part of the Grand Landings, and that's what's left to develop. So I specifically talked to staff about this as well, and that's what's left as a part of this property. So when we as council analyze this, this specifically says that the 44-acre parcel is to include the hook piece, which limits the development to 850 units. Now, we as council voted to limit that to 416 units, but it explicitly includes this parcel. So I understand that there may have been a document that was missing that does not permit or that wasn't signed by JTL that explicitly stated, and I don't know, I'm relying on staff to tell me yes or no on that, that explicitly stated that this hook piece was to be included. But this flume that was sent to us from representatives that at least purported to speak on behalf of JTL includes the hook piece. This, which came before us twice and PLDRB once, which says that 44 acres will be included in the flume, explicitly states that it's going to limit the policy, or it's going to be a policy limit of the units that we voted on up here. So, big picture, do I have an issue with granting a rehearing? No, but we did not err, and staff did not err. And our code specifically says that there has to be a misapprehension or a misstatement of the law or the facts. That was not done by staff or this council. And so, based on the LDC, and based on the fact that I do think that this creates a very slippery slope for future applications to be incorrect, I am against allowing a rehearing, and I would ask council at the very least to maybe go back and look at the materials a little closer before just allowing a rehearing. I understand that the ask was done timely, but I also think that we can look at this a little bit closer and really determine whether or not there was an error on behalf of our staff, who does a very good job, or on behalf of this council.
Mr. Chimeno, you want to respond?
I don't have anything else to respond to.
Okay. Any other comments from
Vice
council?
Mayor, I have a motion.
Can I mention something? Excuse me. Sorry, Vice Mayor, may I interject?
Go ahead.
For a moment? I just wanted to note that if the city council decides to rehear the matter, that it should be limited, it's our position that it should be limited to whether or not the JTL property should be removed from the
Sorry,
cash.
whose position?
Counselor, that was not my motion.
That's not, yeah, whose
I've made a
position?
motion, and it's been seconded.
Right. So if there's no, any
We've always allowed recommendation of legal counsel on these matters.
I've made a motion, it's been seconded.
Right.
I'm going to ask
Excuse me,
for
everyone,
a vote.
excuse me. We have a motion, it has been seconded. Mr. Clufus, do you have any comments?
For sure. I think that we're kind of coming down to semantics on where the mistake came through. If Mr. Chimento is admitting that the fault was on their side, I'm more curious about the legal repercussions that could occur if we decided to not rehear this. I assume it would basically instantly trigger a lawsuit, and that process would be timely and also cost prohibitive. But I agree that it could be a slippery slope, but I think in this case, it was timely. A bit more understanding could be very much a prudent move forward, looking at the possible repercussions that could occur if we weren't to do so.
And I just want to comment that I'm not that concerned of whose mistake it was. I just want to make sure all our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed, and clearly there was a mistake, and, you know, it's why they put erasers on pencils. Yeah. So at this point then, I will ask for a roll call vote on the motion that Mayor Alphen has made.
Mayor Alphen?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
No.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
The motion passes 3-1.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll pass the gavel.
We now move to Section G on the agenda, which are ordinances of the first read. And Counselor, I would ask you to read in number G4, if you would be so kind.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is ordinance number 2024 blank, Belterre Boulevard, US 1 Comprehensive Plan Amendment, application number 5526. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, providing for the amendment of the City of Palm Coast 2035 Comprehensive Plan as previously amended pursuant to Section 163 Florida statutes, amending the future land use map designation for 6 ± acres of certain real property from greenbelt to mixed use, with a note on the flume to limit non-residential development on the subject property to 30,000 square feet. Subject property is described in more detail in the legal description, which is an exhibit to this ordinance, providing for conflicts, ratification of prior acts, codification, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Papa, will you lead?
Yes.
Or
Yes, sir. You know, there's a companion rezoning after this, but we're going to do each. This comprehensive plan is going to be a separate presentation followed by the next item. Mayor.
Good morning, Mayor, members of City Council. Jose Papa for the Community Development Department. This is the first part of 2 applications for a parcel of property, which is about 11 acres, and it's located at the intersection of Belterre Boulevard and US 1. 11 acres currently lies vacant. This parcel has about 5 acres of low-quality wetlands. And what we have for the amendment, for the future land use map amendment, is for about 6 acres. And as you can see, the parcel that would be subject to this amendment is the westernmost portion of the parcel, about 6 acres, adjacent to US 1, and of course, at the corner of US 1 and Belterre Boulevard. So that proposed amendment would be for that 6 acres, which is designated as Greenbelt right now, and would now be designated as mixed use. The bulk or the balance of the parcel, about another 5 acres, will remain as Greenbelt. And as you'll see as part of the zoning map amendment, there are proposed zoning change to the Greenbelt portion to preserve that portion of the property and for, as a buffer for the adjacent residential uses. In addition to the change on the map from Greenbelt to mixed use, there's a proposed cap on the development of this site to 30,000 square feet of non-residential uses. So that could be commercial or office or whatever. I believe it's COM2 that we're changing it to, so the uses within COM2. So currently the existing zoning is, a residential zoning district, a state 1. And again, there's a companion zoning map amendment for that. With the public facilities impact analysis, here again, we're required to look at in a sense, the worst case scenario for what could be developed on that property. So looking at the proposed flume, which is the upper part of this chart, designation to mixed use, again, with a cap of 30,000 square feet of development in comparison to the Greenbelt, which the Greenbelt designation does allow a number of different zoning districts, including public, semi-public, which, and within that permitted use list of within public, semi-public, includes things like library, hospital, church, or school. So looking at a potential use that might be that is reasonable for this site, certainly not a public school or a high school, but maybe a library. So looking at the impacts from a library with, in comparison to the impacts of 30,000 square feet of commercial, which is again limiting policy, you can see that there's a potential to decrease the public facilities impact for roads, demand on potable water, and the demand on sewer. And again, these impacts, when we do have a site plan come in for the commercial parcel, will include another review of the capacity of our facility, of our public infrastructure to accommodate that proposed development. Looking at the environmental impact analysis, there are no environmental conditions that would significantly be impacted by the proposed flume amendment. The soils will not be impacted. There are no special flood hazard areas within the parcel. There are no wetlands for protection, eligible for protection based on comprehensive plan policies. They're scattered and they're of low quality, the wetlands on the site. There are no impact on the protected species. The site is not within aquifer recharge area or a wellhead protection zone. And looking at the original ITT analysis within the parcel, there's no historical or archaeological resources on the site. Its consistency with surrounding land use. The proposed flume designation of mixed use is generally consistent with surrounding land use designation and existing uses in the surrounding area, and coupled with, again, the companion zoning map amendment for the site. To the north of it is an industrial use within the city of Bunnell. I believe it's a tire store or tire changing operation. To the east of the entire parcel are single-family uses, but again, we are maintaining a 5-acre buffer between those single-family uses and the proposed portion of the parcel that's to be changed. To the south is a preservation area that buffers the single-family uses to the south from the proposed site. And of course, to the west, you have US 1. And across from US 1 are, I believe it's county lands that are within, lands within unincorporated Flagler County that's designated as agriculture. Reviewing the comprehensive plan, there are a couple of policies that we think are consistent with the request change. There will be a natural buffer that will be continue to be preserved between the single-family uses to the east and the proposed portion of the parcel to be changed. This development, the public facilities needed to serve it will be coordinated with its development. The change will contribute to providing a balance between jobs and housing. Again, a site that's adjacent to US 1 and Belterra Boulevard, coupled with the preservation of lands to buffer it from adjacent uses while providing opportunities for commercial uses or non-residential uses. And again, designating urban densities and intensities where water and sewer is available. So findings, there's no impact on there will be no significant impact on public infrastructure. There's no impact on environmental resources. The proposed designations are consistent with surrounding land uses, and the amendment is consistent with comprehensive plan policies. And again, infrastructure will be made available to accommodate change of the land use. This item went before the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board on October 18th, and after a public hearing, they voted 6-0 to find the project in compliance with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval to City Council. There was no one from the public to speak for or against the Flume amendment. And so at this point, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board finds application 5526 consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommended that City Council approve the Flume amendment for approximately 6 acres of the site from Greenbelt to mixed use with, again, a site-specific policy to limit development on the subject property to 30,000 square feet of non-residential uses. The applicant's representative, Bob Dickinson, is in attendance and is available for questions. In this case, on the future land use map amendment, the rezoning will come.
Does the applicant have a presentation or just for questions?
Good morning, Bob Dickinson for the applicant. I think the staff's presentation is complete and self-explanatory, and I'm here to answer any questions or concerns that you may have.
Questions from City Council members? Vice Mayor first.
I have none.
Councilwoman Pontieri?
I have no questions. Thank you.
No comment on the increase in...
Well, I'm comment, yes. I'm very excited to see the commercial increase, so thank you for that. And I'm grateful to see that there's going to be what seems to be more than the required buffer between the commercial and the residential, so I know our residents greatly appreciate that as well. This is exactly what we need in Palm Coast to diversify our tax base, so I commend both the applicant and staff for the work on this and look forward to seeing it come to fruition. So.
Thank you. I concur with the Councilwoman. Councilman Clufus.
I would also agree. I think this is a more appropriate use of land that's adjacent to US 1, and I think the Estate 1 current zoning, this will fit much more appropriately. So thanks to the staff and the applicant.
Good. I think that concludes our questions, so I will now, thank you.
Thank you.
I will now open up this item to the public. If there are any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time, please come forward. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Darlene Shelley, Hidden Lakes, Palm Coast. Just a quick question, if you could clarify, this property...
These are, just to be clear, so these are for comments.
Yeah.
Not Q&A, but go ahead.
Okay. My concern is you're taking Greenbelt zone in the Flume property and changing it to allow for a use that wasn't in the future land use map. So I'm wondering, where the local residents in the K section give it notice of this proposed change, because on its surface, it seems to be taking away green space to allow for more development. And when the folks back there in K bought their properties, they were probably very happy to be abutted up against green space. And now you're proposing flume changes, zone changes to take away the green belt, which in their minds, they're thinking they might have, you know, a local library to go to, or a church, or something that would add to their quality of life. And that's my concern, that you would be taking what is green space, and perhaps I'm not envisioning what green space actually is, but it sounds like a good thing. And why would we want to change a good thing? Thank you.
I thank you for your comment. Any other members care to comment at this time? I'll return to the dais. Let me go to Mr. Tyner. Mr. Tyner, would you
Yeah,
give me a
just
definition,
clarification.
please?
Greenbelt in our future land use designation doesn't equate to preservation. There are a significant amount of uses that are allowed in the greenbelt. This particular zoning that is existing now is a state 1 for 1 acre lots. So in essence, someone can build 1 acre lots and we have no buffer requirement. They can build their house right adjacent to the existing houses. So with this action, we are keeping the green belt as a buffer, right, that allows you. So you'll see the next item with the zoning that is actually going to call it out as preservation. So what these people see in their backyard now will be maintained of what they see in their backyard.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other discussion by City Council? Vice Mayor, no? Councilwoman Pontieri?
Just quickly, because this kind of touches on actually a comment from public comment, and I held it until now, and it actually correlates with the next agenda item, which is the zoning. I know there's concern about a lack of notice when with regards to public hearings and things like that, when there's rezonings coming up. We actually, as a council, decided that we wanted included in our packets for applications for rezoning, who was required to be noticed, and proof that, or a list rather, that those residents were noticed. And actually in the next agenda item, Ms. Shelley, to address your concern, there's actually a list showing everybody who was legally required to be noticed, and that they were in fact mailed notices, and a neighborhood hearing was held on June 20th, 2023. So I just think that that's really important that we have taken a step to help that process, because it wasn't previously required to be in our packet, but in an effort to be transparent and make sure that requirement is being complied with, we've now added it.
Thank you. Councilman Clufus, any final comment?
No, I'd just like to say thank you to staff for reemphasizing the fact that we're preserving the current quality of life for those individuals, but more importantly, I think, and our council's consensus is that the property along US 1 is very valuable as commercial space, so thank you for staff for clarifying that.
Thank you. At this time, then, I would ask for a motion from a City Council member.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve as presented by Councilwoman Pontieri. Is there a second?
I will second it.
Vice Mayor has seconded. Any final discussion? Please stick with the roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Yes.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-0.
All right, now we move forward to item 5 in the same section, which is the companion item. Just briefly explain why these two items are connected.
This is the zoning portion, Mayor, of it. The action that you took previously was for the comprehensive plan amendment, and this is for the zoning. And Mr. Hoover will have the staff presentation.
Hold on one second, I'm sorry. Let's be correct. So, Counselor, if you would read the item into the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance 2024 blank, rezoning application number 5500, Belterre and US 1 Commercial. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, amending the official zoning map as established in Section 2.06 of the City of Palm Coast Unified Land Development Code. For 11 plus or minus acres of certain real property described as tax parcel identification number 07-11-31-7065-RPOE1, or maybe 0E1 rather, -0000. generally located on the north side of the intersection between Belterre Boulevard and US Highway 1, and being more particularly described in the attached Exhibit A, from suburban estates to general commercial and preservation, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Hoover, the floor is yours.
Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. The site is currently zoned suburban estates, which is EST1, that allows 1 acre home sites. To the north in the light gray area, you'll see a L1. That's actually...
Mr. Hoover, I apologize to interrupt. I have one more announcement to make before you begin. It's important. So, Counselor, if you'd go ahead.
Pardon my interruption, Mr. Hoover. I just wanted to announce that this is a quasi-judicial item and wanted to ask if there had been any ex
City
parte
Council members,
communication.
have you had any ex parte communication?
not.
Vice Mayor, Councilman Pontieri, I have not. Councilman Clufus, none of us have had any ex parte communication. Does that satisfy your question?
That does, and then if the clerk needs to swear in anyone before we move on. Thank you.
If you will be testifying in this item, please rise and raise your right hand to swear or affirm the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Mr. Hoover, the floor again is yours.
Okay, so to the north in the silver area is L1. That's actually in the city of Bunnell. And then the site itself, if you can't see it, it's inside the red area there, and that's light green. To the east in the gold in orange, those are single-family residential 2 and single-family residential 3. To the south, it's important to note, in the evergreen color is PRS. That's a preservation area, and it's actually owned by the city of Palm Coast. As you get away from that, you go back to more single-family residential 2 and 3. And then across US 1 is a large piece, again in the city of Bunnell, and that's designated as agricultural. So this is what's proposed, and you can see the green preservation area, that's 5 acres, and you can sort of see how it ties into the preservation area on the south side of Belterre Boulevard. So along US 1, we would have 6 acres of commercial, and it would be capped by that 30,000 square foot. And that's referring to building area, not square foot of land area. You can see a dark area on the site that's rectangular shaped, and if you see where the word site is, it goes, it runs parallel to US 1, and it's, I'm guessing it's maybe 100 feet wide and 500 feet long. And to the north, we can see the light industrial use. And then to the east, we can see Kaufman Place, where we have single-family residential homes. And then the south, we have the preserve area. Then we can see more single-family homes along KDOT Court and Kaywood Place. Okay, this is a drawing that was submitted by the applicant. I put the color in just for everyone they could see it a little bit easier. So we can see the COM2 area up against US 1. The preservation or PRS is shown in the green. In the blue is a 40-foot canal easement that's benefits the city, and that is inside the preservation area. So the applicant sketched up a potential conceptual plan that was shown at the neighborhood meeting for this project. And so everyone could have a little bit better understanding what could develop. It's very unlikely that it would get developed this way, but it does show, I think the purpose of it was how wide are these buffers going to be up against the single-family lots on Kaufman Place, which would be located to the east. And at the very bottom of the site along Belterre Boulevard, The driveway at one time was not so close, it was closer to US 1, and the city transportation staff reviewers recommended they move this driveway further to the east, which would be, closer to the single family, unfortunately. But and what that does is it makes the site and the traffic flow a lot better in a more safe manner. You can see that the green buffer areas vary from 180 feet on the south. They get up to 320 feet in the middle, and then where the lake bulges out on the north side, I believe it looks like it drops to 220 feet. So we review this from section 2.05 of the Land Development Code, just like every other rezoning, and criteria A, it needs to be not in conflict with or contrary to the public interest. In staff's professional opinion, the project is in the public interest as the proposed preservation and general commercial zoning districts are compatible with the neighboring properties, since the PRS areas will act as wide natural buffers between the general commercial area and the single-family homes. Criteria B, it needs to be consistent with both the comprehensive plan and the land development code. This project meets 5 policies and 1 goal of the comprehensive plan, and it does also meet all sections of the land development code. In the land development code, it encourages that wetland areas be preserved, and that this project is doing so. Criteria C, it must not impose a significant liability or hardship on the city. Okay, potable water and sewer lines are not directly available out front. They're a quarter-mile away to serve the project, and they will need to be extended by the developer at the developer's cost. The project will need to also meet the city's concurrency standards when it comes in for permitting. Criteria D, must not create an unreasonable hazard or nuisance or constitute a threat to the general health, welfare, or safety of the city's residents. Again, the project is compatible with neighboring properties, and then compatibility will be further improved with the required buffers in front of the commercial area that are 25 foot wide along both Belterre Boulevard and US 1. And the last standard is, as the project moves forward, it will need to meet all requirements of the city, the state, and the federal agencies. In this case, the applicant's notified by first-class mail all property owners within 300 feet of the neighborhood meeting. This was held back on July 10th at the Town Center Hilton Garden Inn. Staff attended, the applicant's team, and we had 4 members of the public. And I believe all 4 of the neighbors attending lived to the east of the project. And so they were able to see that the buffer area there would still be maintained. Additionally, 2 signs have been erected and news ads have been run prior to each public hearing so far, and will be run before the next hearing also. The planning board heard this item on October 18th and determined that it was in compliance with the comprehensive plan, recommended approval to the city council by a 6-0 vote. No one from the public spoke for or against this project. So the next step on this project would be a second city council public hearing for the Flume Amendment would go first, followed by this rezoning. Then the applicant sort of has 2 choices at that point, or the developer. If they're going to subdivide it, they would need to do a subdivision master plan followed by a preliminary plat and construction drawings, and they install the infrastructure, and then the city council would review the final plat. On the other hand, if one developer put a building in on the whole site or did it by themselves, let's say it was a condominium project, or they're putting in like an airport commons and leasing everything out, that just comes in for a technical site plan, and since it's capped at 30,000 square feet, it would be administrative review only. There would be no public hearings. And then there would be staff review of any building permits, whether it's a plat or a technical site plan. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Board determined the proposed rezoning, application number 5500, to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommended approval to City Council to rezone the property from suburban estates, or EST1, to general commercial, or COM2, and preservation, or PRS. And the applicant's representative, Bob Dickinson, is in attendance and available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Hoover, just a question of curiosity, really. Is there any forecast for the length of time it would take to install the water line?
No, I believe the water line is, if I'm correct, it's up Belterre Boulevard. So I do not know when that might be.
I guess my question is, Mr. Tyner, is it a lengthy process?
Maybe our utility director can answer that. You know, it depends. I mean, yeah, maybe he can.
It's not pertinent to the question on the table. I'm just curious as to how long that takes.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, citizens. Normally, a water main extension is basically what we call pressure pipeline, and installed 3 foot deep and designed as part of the applicant's project. So the line doesn't take a great deal of time to be designed and installed, and is done as part of the development. So in a way, there's no additional time that's really needed.
That was
to
really
do
my
that.
question. I just wanted to know if one had to precede the other. Fine, thank you. All right, with that, the applicant is here, so city council members, questions regarding the presentation?
No.
Okay, then I would open this item up again to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Darlene Shelley, Hidden Lakes, Palm Coast. I just have to put this out there because in Mr. Hoover's picture where he was explaining it as a zone change from single-family suburban estates, 1 acre lots, that sounds pretty nice. If I was living in the K section, you know, maybe I'd want to live in a residential home on a 1 acre site. And if I bought that property knowing that was what was going to be behind me, that is, you know, pretty nice use of land. But it seems to me that this zone change is going to take away that use and allow for commercial. Mr. Hoover showed a rendering that we could still see here, and doesn't that look lovely? And this is what they showed, I'm sure, at the developers meeting to the surrounding people there on Kaufman, and it looks very nice. But in Mr. Hoover's own words, it's very unlikely that it would be built to that rendering. So that's my concern here. In the Dog and Pony Show, where they're showing this lovely little rendering that's not likely to be built, you are selling to those local residents false goods. Is there going to be a restriction on height? Could this be a 10-story apartment complex or a 5-story complex? Or, in Mr. Hoover's words, a condominium building? I think that's what we're talking about here, in all honesty. So I have deep concerns for that, and I don't even live in the K section. have you considered putting a height restriction on it? If not, then why? And can you look the people in Kaufman in the eye and say, I know this is what they showed you, but that's not the reality? That's my comment.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Tyner, you want to weigh in on that real quick?
Yeah, I just want to clear up the term condominium. This is proposed to be zoned for commercial. Condominium, as far as a residential product, cannot go here. What Mr. Hoover meant about condominiums, sometimes you will have commercial developments that are actually condos.
Are your restrictions already in place in the code regarding that kind of development?
As far as the height, as you mentioned, absolutely.
Very good,
I mean,
thank
we
you.
do have height requirements. This is straight zoning when it comes in. So as far as the buffer though goes, Mayor, I mean, that is, nothing can change there because that's going to be the comprehensive plan, Greenbelt, and the preservation zoning, so that will not change. Of course, the product, once a site plan comes in, I mean, you can't predict the future on what that might look like.
Thank you, Mr. Tyner. Any other members of the public wanting to comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Kathy Riker-Dolowski, 88 Front Street. I didn't come here planning to weigh in on this, but I just want to reiterate that preservationists are not anti-development, and in this case, at first glance anyway, this seems like an appropriate change of use for this parcel, considering that US 1 is a major commercial corridor. And that is where we want to see this kind of development. And with buffers ranging between 180 and 320, that is a significant buffer, and it is well beyond the 25-foot buffer that is seen in the G land development code section, which is what we'll later be discussing along Old Kings Road. So I think we need to keep everything in perspective. And I also think that as a society, we need to move away from the concept that 1 acre lots with single-family homes are appropriate for our future use of our limited resources. We need to cluster our housing sites and keep open space available in contiguous parcels for the protection of our wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public would like to comment to me on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment. I'll return to the dais. Are there any final questions, comments?
No, that was a great summation.
Councilwoman Pontieri? Nothing. Councilman, Vice Mayor Danko? No? Then I would ask for a motion.
I will make that motion.
Vice Mayor has made a motion to approve the item. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
The second was provided by Councilman Clufus. Any further discussion? Let's continue with a roll call vote, please, Clerk.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Affirmative.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alford?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-0.
We now move to item in section G, number 6, and I would ask Counselor if you would, when you're ready, read that into the record for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see, this is ordinance 2024-blank. It's the renaming of Rickenbacker Drive to conform with current practice. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, renaming Rickenbacker Drive to Rickenbacker Drive in keeping with current practice, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Counselor?
Mayor, thank you very much. This is a cleanup item. Just to emphasize, nobody's address is going to change, but Ms. Smith will have a brief presentation with further details.
Good morning, Mayor, City
Good morning.
Council, Virginia Smith, Land Management Administrator. This item was brought to us as a cleanup item by E911. The street has been in use. Rickenbacker is on the plat as Richenbacher, and it's been in use for over 20 years by the city. And this is the location from, as you can see on the arrow on the left, and then which is off of Rimfire, and then it goes down to Royal Palms Parkway on the arrow on the bottom right. And it's been in use for over 20 years by the city. the property appraiser, other county entities, residents, as well as the United States Postal Service. So Rickenbacker, as I said, 20 years in use, and we just, as a cleanup item, the easiest way to clean it up is by ordinance. That takes 2 readings by the City Council, and our recommendation is to approve it by renaming Richenbacher to Rickenbacker. And the residents will not know any changes happening. They won't be affected in any way, so it's the easiest way to clean up this item.
So I get, the one question I'm going to have is, is there a street sign that's going to change eventually?
No, the street signs right now actually reflect Rickenbacker.
They are correct. Okay, very good. Questions from
Rickenbacker,
city
sorry.
council members?
I have none.
I mean, I can only add that because the property appraiser has this information, as it will be changed to, it won't affect the searchability or the public information records regarding anyone along that street. Anything from Councilman Glufus? Very good. Then I would open this item up to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time? Seeing no one approach, I will come back to the dais. If there's no other discussion, I would ask for a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Vice Mayor has made a motion to approve the change. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Pontieri has seconded. Any further discussion? I think all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk has the count. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now move to, you're welcome. We now move to section 8, H, resolutions number 7. If council would read that for me, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the Old Kings Multifamily Master Site Plan, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving application number 5447, Old Kings Multifamily Master Site Plan, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Tanner?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. As Mr. Hoover is getting his presentation set, just you know, kind of with for information for the citizens, you know, we have different processes of land use, right? You heard today a process of a comprehensive plan map amendment. That's kind of looking at 35,000 feet in the air, looking at our future, what's a future land use map. And then we have a rezoning, right, that gets a little bit closer to ground, what can actually be used on that property. That's a process. Then we have a site plan process, right? That is highly technical. Once you have the zoning there, you know, an applicant has a right to put in an application for a site plan for what that zoning is, such as someone has a right to put in a building permit for a single-family house that is a vacant in his own single family. So we're at the stage now where this piece of property actually has a zoning of multifamily. We received an application for a multifamily project, and it goes through our technical review team to make sure that they're in compliance with the Land Development Code. And Mr. Hoover will have the staff report for this master site plan.
Mr. Hoover, when you're ready.
The Old Kings multifamily project is located on the east side of Old Kings Road, and it's equidistant from Town Center Boulevard on the south and Palm Coast Parkway on the north. It's about 29 1/4 acres in size. The applicant submitted a master site plan for a 216-unit multifamily rental project that has 9 3-story buildings. And since it's over 100 units, it is classified as a Tier 3 project. That requires review and recommendation by the Planning Board, followed by the City Council making a review and final determination. This is the future land use map, so you can see a lot of red, which is mixed use along Old Kings Road. Mixed use allows most every zoning district. To the site itself is mixed use, except along the eastern boundary in the lime green area. that is conservation. And then further to the east, that's institutional, that's city-owned public utility site. And then to the south, you can see more conservation area. And actually to the southeast, you can see residential area in the yellow. And then across the interstate, you can also see additional single-family area. So zoning-wise, the site is MFR2. I believe it was rezoned by City Council about 18 months ago. And to the north is a little bit of multifamily residential 2, and then PSP, which is public, semi-public, and then we also have OFC2, which stands for general office. To the south, we've got additional MFR2 lands. To the southeast in the royal blue, that's a master plan development for the Toscana community. And then as we go directly west of the south half of the site, we've got COM3. That's our highest intensity commercial zoning district. And then across from the north half of the site, we have Office 1, which is limited office, our least intensive office site. So this is the master site plan for the site, which is what we're actually reviewing today. I just wanted you to take a look at it. In the next slide, I'll blow it up, but there's a lot of tables and stuff like this on here. So this is a blow up of the development area of the site. The buildings are shown in brown. I put numbers on there just for clarification and identification purposes. They do not match up to numbers that the applicant may have later on. And the north arrow is to the upper left-hand side of the screen. So starting at the top there, you can see in the lighter green, that's the conservation area, which is wetlands. The applicants is required to have a upland buffer area adjacent to the wetlands, not as wide as shown, but they've provided more than is required. So a lot of this area they're preserving there is actually upland areas that is just saving additional trees and things like that. So you can also see they've got 2 ponds, walking trails around the ponds. There's a future trail that will be built along Old Kings Road on the east side. And in the middle of the site, you can see there's a clubhouse that's about 3,700 square feet in area, and they'll have a large pool next to that. The project also has a total of 72 garages. 1/3 of the units will have a garage. The project also has 2 access points, and then the school board requested a bus stop just on the north side of the north access, which would be close to the clubhouse. So these are the specific site development requirements coming from the multifamily residential 2 zoning section, as well as the balance of the land development code. So the maximum building height is 60 feet. Their tallest buildings are 36.5 feet. We compute the zoning, and it's basically based on 12 units per acre for uplands, 3 units per acre of wetlands that are preserved. They could actually put 255 units on here, or homes, and that would have a density of 8.7 units per acre. They're putting 216, which is somewhat less, and it would be 7.4 units per acre. They are meeting our minimum parking requirements. In a nutshell, it's 1.5 spaces for a 1-bedroom unit, and then 2- and 3-bedroom units are required to have 2 spaces. We also require, for a clubhouse, one space for every 250 square foot of building area. So altogether, they need 433 parking spaces. They're providing 435. The minimum living area, this is in the multifamily residential 2 section, is 650 square feet. Generally, that's more like a one-bedroom unit. Their units are ranging from 1,221 square feet to 1,855 square feet. Because the buildings are going to be viewed on both sides, they've went ahead and provided a finished area from the front and the rear. So basically, the front and the rear of the buildings match each other. And then the same on the sides, they would, I guess in this case, they would mirror each other. For a master site plan, we have specific criteria in the Land Development Code, and it comes from section 2.10.04. And I compiled a couple of these. There's about 10 or 12 actual items in there, but to keep it a little bit brief, I'm just hitting on the key ones. We reviewed it for logic of design and internal consistency. So staff's findings are the project has a perimeter ring road, and what that does, it allows residents to walk or bike within the community with minimal interference from motor vehicles. 7 of the buildings have rear views overlooking the wetlands east of the site, or actually uplands in some cases, or the project's stormwater ponds or lakes. The plan is designed in a linear manner in the north-south direction because the developable area is actually about 5 times longer along Old Kings Road than it is in an east-west manner. So it really limits the site planning flexibility that you may have. Okay, we also reviewed it for impact on neighboring sites. In staff's opinion, the site would have minimal negative impact on neighboring properties as medium to intensive zoning districts are located along Old Kings Road, as I pointed out. There's a potential future flyover of I-95 with the Whiteview Parkway to the north. There's wetland areas, and then a large wastewater treatment facilities are located to the northeast and east. And to the southeast are substantial wetland areas that provide an approximate 1,100 foot of separation between the project's closest building and the closest lot in the Toscana subdivision. And this is a drawing that shows that a little bit. So the orange arrow at the, you see the red area at the top. So the orange area is the 1,100 feet from the closest building in the project to Toscana subdivision. That's along Leatherwood Drive. And additionally, it's about 1 mile from that closest building to the common entrance between Hidden Lakes and the Toscana subdivision off of Old Kings Road. This wetland area located on the west side of Toscana is approximately 650 feet in width. So we also have to review it for internal vehicle and pedestrian connectivity. I mentioned the perimeter road already, so the project will have numerous sidewalks and trails for the residents, and then those will lead out to the future trail along Old Kings Road. And I think this is the last one. It's reviewed for public benefit. So what the project does, it allows for a wider diversity of housing opportunities to be available in Palm Coast. That provides housing. A lot of times that's for elderly residents. A lot of times, again, it's for younger residents who often provide essential and key services for our residents. Another thing a rental home does, if you're moving to a community, I'm old enough to be in the retirement, group, so a lot of times they recommend lease a home or an apartment for a year to find out, or 6 months to find out if that community really works for you before you buy a home. So that's another plus that this does. Okay, so these are the standard 5 review criteria that you get to see in each project. It does meet the comprehensive plan, the multifamily residential district, and the land development code. In fact, it meets 3 goals, policies, or objectives of the comprehensive plan. And in staff's opinion, the project is the opposite of urban sprawl, as it is actually infill development, and it's located in a reasonable proximity to numerous retail and service opportunities for its future residents. It will not have negative impacts on the city, as it does meet the comprehensive plan, the land development code, and will need to meet the city's concurrency standards. Public services are already available nearby or are along Old Kings Road to serve the project. And the project is compatible with neighboring properties as previously described, and then all improvements will be per current standards. So this project will have to meet stormwater requirements with the St. John's River Water Management District, needs to meet DEP standards, wetland requirements with the city and federal governments, as well as all other land development code standards. So the applicants notified by first-class mail all property owners within 300 feet of the project. They also added the Toscana HOA to that list. And they did provide an affidavit to us that didn't come into yesterday, so it was not in your packet that went out, but it does, they do attest that they did mail those 6 letters out. And we attended the meeting, including the applicant. No one from the public attended. That was back on November 2nd. And wanted to point out in table 2.2 of the land development code, the notifications for public notice are a lot different for a master site plan or a technical site plan, as you do not put up the orange signs for a site plan review at a public hearing, nor do you run newspaper ads. So the planning board heard this item on November 15th, found it in compliance with the comprehensive plan, and recommended approval to City Council by a 5-2 vote. The several members expressed concerns with traffic on Old Kings Road and potential impacts from the project to the Toscana and Hidden Lakes subdivisions. No one spoke for or against the project. The staff review of the technical site plan and the building permits would come next. That's all done administratively since the public hearing process. So the master site plan allows the developer the opportunity to run this through without getting into the heavy engineering where you're designing all the stuff below the ground and a lot of the interior architectural stuff. So that's the advantage they have. However, if the master site plan is approved by council, then they follow that up with a technical site plan and building permits that the city staff reviews. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Board found this in compliance with the comprehensive plan, recommended approval to City Council for application 5447, Old Kings multifamily, a master site plan for 216 homes, so the developer may apply for a technical site plan that would need to meet all applicable development requirements. And the applicant's team is in attendance and has a PowerPoint presentation.
Any questions from City Council to staff before the applicant shows their PowerPoint, or you want to wait till after?
I have no questions at this moment.
As long as I'll ask questions after the applicant reviews, yeah.
Sure, I have some questions also, but I'll wait regarding
So
traffic.
I would ask the applicant to proceed with the PowerPoint, please.
Clicker. Good morning, Christina Evans with Matthews DCCM, 7 Waldo Street, St. Augustine. Representing the Old Kings Multifamily Master Site Plan application. There are also representatives from the property owner, the future developer, our engineering team, and the traffic consultant. Bill has covered a lot of this, so some of these slides I'll go through quickly. The property is 29 acres, 10.5 are preserved wetlands. Our site plan does not impact any wetlands, most of which are in a conservation easement. The developable land has mixed-use land use, specifically multifamily residential 2, which is the denser multifamily zoning district, and specifically from the Land Development Code, provides areas for attached housing such as apartments and condominiums. Single-family detached housing is not permitted. In 2022, the northern 12 acres was rezoned from general office to multifamily residential 2. As part of that application, there was a community meeting, and at that meeting and at the public hearings, the property owners stated that they planned on building 243 units in 4 to 5 story apartment buildings. Hearing a lot of opposition to the height, the development that we're proposing today is limited to only 3 stories and not utilizing the full density. The findings for approval for the rezoning was that it was consistent with the land use, compatible with adjacent properties, and that it meets several policies about infill, preventing urban sprawl, and providing a mix of housing types in mixed-use corridors. Specifically, the city's housing element calls for more multifamily housing options. As you can see from the future land use map, Old Kings is a mixed-use corridor where residents will be within walking distance or a shorter driving distance of commercial, office, and recreational amenities, which is part of smart growth. There were comments from the planning board meeting about proximity to the Toscana development. There is a very wide, over 1,000 feet of undevelopable natural buffer. These are wetlands in a conservation easement for both developments. So over 1,000 feet between the developable area of our site and the closest lot in Toscana community. This large natural buffer is consistent with the comprehensive plan policies about locating multifamily around single-family developments. Our application today is for master site plan approval. So does our site plan meet the existing Land Development Code regulations? We were able to meet every code requirement. We're not seeking any exceptions, waivers, or variances. There are 216 units split between 9 buildings. We have the required detached parking, garages for 1/3 of the units. Since the property is long and narrow by the preserved wetlands and buffer, the design is linear with 1 main circulation system. We provided connection to the 12-foot trail along Old Kings, shown in green. We consulted with the school district on the location and design of a school bus shelter that's shown in yellow. In contrast, from Old Kings Road, there are passive trails around the stormwater ponds and the preserved wetlands. We have sidewalks connecting every portion of the site. And while the properties to the north and south are currently undeveloped, we have included cross-access and construction easements if they are necessary in the future when those sites are developed. Our site access study determined that turn lanes are not warranted at the driveways. As you can see from the table, and as Bill already explained, this development is not proposing the maximum density and the number of units permitted. The proposed density and height actually fall below the multifamily residential 1 zoning. And based on opposition to the 4 to 5 stories, it's well below the maximum permitted height of 60 feet at only 37 feet.
Because Old Kings is a specifically designated roadway, there are enhanced landscaping requirements. Our site plan has the required Type G buffer along the entire frontage of Old Kings Road. In addition, we have to have double the amount of foundation plantings around each apartment building that fronts Old Kings Road, which we were able to meet. Here are the elevations, the 3-story apartments. We met the city's multifamily architectural requirements for massing and articulation features about every 50 linear feet. The site plan includes a master stormwater system that will be permitted and built to the required standards. The development will not result in additional runoff or flooding of the adjacent properties. There are available water and wastewater capacity. The utility connections are available except for potable water. The property owner is funding the extension of the water line around 5,000 feet in order to develop the property. And it will be subject to all the required impact fees for multifamily development. There were comments at the planning board meeting about transportation, impact of the development, and concurrency. This property is within the Old Kings Special Assessment District. It has been making payments into that fund since 2013, so that's a total of approximately $80,000 of prepaid transportation impact fees. The Special Assessment District funding agreements states that this widening and improvement project of Old Kings Road satisfies transportation concurrency required for development approvals. It goes on to say that the city will continue to issue permits for development construction prior to the completion of phase 2 of the roadway expansion. So I have our engineer here, traffic engineer from LTG, to discuss the site access study and the current and adopted levels of service for Old Kings.
Good morning, Nelson Caparis with LTG in Ormond Beach. So our findings is that as far as site access and turn lane requirements at both access at the site is not required in following with the Palm Coast guideline with regards to the needs for right turn lane and left turn lanes. And this is in following as far as the turn lane volumes at the site. Additionally, we were asked to go look at the Town Center Boulevard intersection by the planning department, so we added that and did the counts. Now, at this location, our assessment with regards to the worst case condition was, the PM peak hour. So we typically look at the weekday AM peak and the evening PM peak period. And the PM peak period is the worst case scenario. We have about 80 some odd cars from the development that's going through this intersection during the PM peak hour. Now, that's not really the worst case scenario for this intersection because similar to, well, the worst case scenario for this intersection is during the summertime when there's a lot of people attracted to the trail. You have circulating traffic looking for parking. You have a huge volume of pedestrians that are crossing, and this holds up that traffic flow at this junction. It's a single lane approach, T intersection with a trail that attracts a lot of people. There's a small parking lot just to the northeast quadrant of this intersection, and that's typically full during that time period. Now, what I'm showing here in the 2025 build-out PM peak hour does not include that condition. But it does occur at this location. Now, that condition is now occurring and without the traffic from the development. And with the assessment, just with the traffic and the traffic from the development and the adjustment to the traffic signal plan, this will operate within the adopted level of service. Now, looking at this and the percent that on the right side, in the widening of Old Kings Road, it will operate very well within what we're anticipating, including the pedestrian traffic volume. Now, the circulating traffic, it will affect it, and we didn't model that aspect of it. And the circulating traffic, people looking for a parking space. So that's,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
So the future developer of the site is Experience. They've been a custom home building company focused on multifamily developments. They've built several communities around Florida, as well as Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee. So I have a few slides here of other communities that they have built and manage. In Columbus, Georgia, Alabama, more in Georgia, others in Florida. Just to give you an idea of the type of, sorry. So to close our presentation, our master site plan meets all the land development regulations. Again, no waivers or variances. Knowing the opposition from the residents, we've proposed from the start only 3 stories and not using the maximum density for the site. So with that, we request approval. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's start with city council members. Questions from the applicant or city staff?
I'll save my comments for after public comment.
Okay.
I have some questions. I'm very curious as to why deceleration lanes are not required. Specifically based on did you say it was, your estimation was 80 vehicles per hour at peak hours? Is that correct, or did I miss it?
Peak hours.
Okay, so I'm looking at the guidelines for, it's our technical guidelines, Bill, for the Palm Coast turn lanes. Why are we not requiring turn lanes? We have turn lanes going onto Utility Drive, we have turn lanes going into Toscana, I believe we have turn lanes going into Hidden Lakes. Why not deceleration turn lanes required for this development? And then my other big concern is with regards to where that bus stop is. Is that the safest location for both people traversing and turning into, particularly without turn lanes, into the development? And is it safe for the kids? That's a concern, and it's the first time I've seen that proposed bus stop location, so I apologize. I wasn't prepared to analyze that. So those are my big concerns about this development at this stage, if you all could assist me with that.
Well, I don't have the Palm Coast guideline for those turn lanes at hand to tell you the threshold for left turn volume. I'm thinking it was 20 left turn volumes. I'm not certain right now, but we're below that. Most of this volume coming in, it's anticipated to be traveling to the south. And we use the River to Sea TPO regional model to do the distribution.
And I can appreciate that, but I think that if we, and I understand there's more houses and there's arguably more traffic that is coming in and out of Toscana and Hidden Lakes than this apartment complex. But I think being that Old Kings Road is a 45 mile per hour highway, we're seeing a lot of traffic come off of 95 and use Old Kings Road. We're seeing large trucks use Old Kings Road. It is not safe to not have a deceleration lane. This is a very large concern of mine. And I know that we have some larger plans coming down the pipeline, and I'm sorry, sir, this isn't really for you, it's more for staff. We have some larger projects coming down the pipeline to address the intersection at Town Center and Old Kings, and also some Old Kings widening, but that's in the far future, and we're also waiting on appropriations for that, which is not guaranteed. So my concern is we have one opportunity to do this right. The zoning's already approved, we're at the master site plan, now's the time to do it. Let's make sure we're doing this right. And we have the proper deceleration lane to turn right into the community. So I would just, as we're at this stage, I would ask my colleagues to seriously consider whether or not they should have right turn lanes. And Mr. Hoover, I would like your opinion as to why, based on the traffic peak hours, and I don't know if Mr. Fong is present, if Mr. Fong could come up, whether or not we as council have discretion to require a deceleration lane into these entrances at this stage of the game, and why it's been determined that they should not be included in the master site plan.
Yeah, good morning, council members. Fong Wing for Community Development. We have adopted the River to Sea Loop as part of our traffic evaluation standards. And part of that is that we adopted the, what they call it is the Central Florida Regional Planning Model, because if we do it manually, every traffic engineer or planners would have their own opinion. So we basically consolidate that and use the Central Florida Regional Planning Model, which has been adopted by us to use. And part of that is the distribution will basically tell us how it will be, traffic will be accessing the project. And then also, we also adopted in 2020 the turn lane guidelines. And based on the turn lane guidelines, it will be based on several criteria, based on the volume, traffic volume of each access roadway. And it's also based on the number of turning movement into the site and coming out of the site. And based on what they are proposing, they have 2 access points. And based on 216 units, they did not trigger that. However, so that is based on the technical evaluation. It does not hinder the council's ability to require the applicant to provide turn lanes as a safety concern, that if you can do that, that requirement is based solely on your discretion to require that. And then if that is part of your motion to require them to provide turn lanes, we can work with the applicant to have the appropriate length of turn lane in order to do so. I would suggest the northern entrance would have a southbound right turn lane, left turn lane, and then the south entrance would be have a northbound right turn lane, similarly to the Hidden Lakes turn lane entrance. That's my suggestion. And there are also different concepts that we can provide in order to basically not impacting the through traffic, is that we can require wider radius with taper. So we have typically seen that if you traverse along Oak Kings Road, you see those existing, what do you call it, the clubhouses, or they would have those wide radius and taper in order for traffic to slow down and get out of basically the through lane, not impacting that. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your candor. And I'm sorry, what is your technical position with the city?
Yeah, I'm a senior transportation planner with the city.
Okay, thank you. Is there any type of opinion on the location of this bus stop? And I'm sorry, again, this is the first time I'm seeing this, so I really want to make sure we get this right as well. This is really important for the safety of our kids. Is this the best place? Is there another placement? Why was this chosen?
Thank you for bringing that up. We coordinate with Flagler Schools on bus stop locations, and we have another process if this is approved, right, to do the technical, and we'll make sure we'll express our concerns with them, and we'll take a harder look at it during the technical side of things. But we do coordinate with Flagler Schools on the bus stop location, so we'll continue to do that.
When we say we coordinate with Flagler Schools, I know that's a pretty general statement, but who with Flagler Schools do we coordinate with?
Whitson usually is our PLDRB, sits with our PLDRB per our interlocal agreement, and he coordinates the site plan with their school bus facilities person.
Okay, so I would just ask that, well, let me ask you this. If a motion is made to approve this today, are we specifically approving that location of the bus stop?
No.
Okay, so this is just
No.
kind of a proposed, hey, this is what we're thinking
we-
because we've talked to Flagler.
Yeah, I hear
Schools.
you loud and clear, and we can
Okay.
continue on the technical site plan when it comes in again to coordinate with Flagler Schools on a location.
Okay, perfect. I just want to be very clear about that. Okay, thank you.
Their staff did review this concept plan, and they picked that specific location, but I can send it to them again.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why that location was chosen specifically, and just want to know, because again, just more edification from my standpoint to make sure that's the safest location.
And I just want to add, because I don't think you were on council at the time, we've encountered this situation before. I remember development in the R section before you were on council, and we worked with the school systems. And we made sure that we moved it and it was safe and everyone agreed. So
Yeah, and that's all I'm
I appreciate
asking
your
for.
concerns,
Yeah.
but I know we've dealt with this before, so.
So I concur. There are examples of other communities in the general area that have also moved their school bus stop to either just outside or just within the community to avoid any of the safety concerns. So it's a valid point. Councilman Clufus, any questions at this point?
Yes. How close does this, with the additional trips per day, how close does this bring us to going to the next lower level of quality of service for Old Kings? Does that bring us to a threshold that puts us basically at the precipice for the next, development to knock us down a level of service on Old Kings Road as far as traffic?
Yeah, as far as traffic, we recently conducted citywide counts, and the volume on Old Kings Road remained basically flat. It is at the level of service C. The city adopted the level of service D. What does that mean, C and D? Basically, we still have over 1,000 PM peak hour trips in capacity to accommodate. So that's what we have. So it has not exceeded the threshold of adopted D. Yeah.
Gotcha. My other just note, I saw something that was 1,700 square foot for the 2 bedrooms and 1,300 for the single bedrooms. Are those some of the bigger apartments that we have in Palm Coast as far as single bedrooms?
I've run a lot of these through, and it seems like the units are fairly large. Back when I got out of college many moons ago, and rented apartments frequently, it seemed like I was renting apartments in like 550 to maybe 750, and if I had 800 square feet, and in this case, I think even the one bedroom is 1221.
Yeah.
So yes, the units are bigger. They have one building, and I think it's towards the south end there. It has all the one-bedroom units are in that one building. All the rest of the buildings are 2 and 3, so they're more, I would say, family-oriented.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
I just would add that.
Oh, actually, I did one more thing.
Go ahead.
Just, could you go over the timing of the town center traffic light improvement timeline and also potentially the Old King widening project, just so we're all on the same page? And I know some of that is dependent upon.
Let me jump in there. That's where I was going to go next, if I may, for my fellow city council members. I currently serve as the second vice chair for our transportation planning organization for Volusia Flagler County, and will most likely step up to be chair in the next go-round. I take it on as my personal responsibility and have already begun to push forward the improvements. There was a comment made about the appropriations, which are already received in Tallahassee for the improvement of these areas and this roadway. So it is my priority to push that project as high up on the TPO list, which is what DOT will use to determine when these projects will begin. Did you want to add anything to that? I'm just trying to help you out there a little bit.
Yeah, for council's information, we just want to let you know what staff is currently doing. We were fortunate that the state legislature appropriated $500,000 in order to study this area. Basically, you're looking at the intersection of Royal Palm and Town Center and Old Kings Road, and looking at the bridge crossing Lehigh Canal as well. So we in the process of trying to secure the contract basically with DOT in order to receive the 500,000, and then we can move forward with the study. In addition to that, we also, at this time around, that we did seek additional to look at what we call in the Special Assessment District Phase 2A, which includes at the intersection of Town Center to Hidden Lakes entrance, including the replacement of the bridge over Lehigh Canal of about $20 million. And that would be basically before state legislation in January. So we'll find out whether we will receive that or not approximately in March timeframe.
Thank you for that. Additional comments or questions at this time?
The only other comment I just want to make is, I understand these are luxury apartments. Do we know what the low and high that the rentals will be?
I have to ask council, is that?
I understand it can't be
Yes.
considered
I just
for
want to
this.
be careful, because when public comment comes, we're going to be careful about what can be commented on. So I
Sure.
I know for curiosity, leeway, but just be careful.
Yeah, no, and it's not going to go into my consideration for today, but I'm just curious. Do we know yet? No. And I only bring it up because one of the criteria is the public benefit, and we're saying that this is good for younger residents, provide essential and key services for our residents, and I think there was a mention as to some of our elderly. Yeah, it also says elderly. But Mayor, I'll be quick. As we're looking for workforce housing, and we are trying to bring in, more medical and hospital, and we're looking for a workforce, I just think it's important that we make a distinction between what is workforce housing and what this is, because this is not workforce housing, in my opinion.
That's
in my opinion.
That's an opinion, and,
I get it, and again, it's not going to
yeah.
go into my decision.
Okay.
I was not here for the zoning
Right.
and all of that, so I'm just urging staff that as we look to bring in workforce and things like that, that we are making sure that we are in fact diversifying what we're offering for that workforce.
Sure.
That's it.
And also, just to close off the comment, so in terms of, not the affordability, but the attainability of housing, paying a monthly rent significantly increases the pool of potential residents than putting down a $379,000 financed home for a median priced home here. So yes, broad range in the definition, but I want to steer clear of the format and the model, the business model, because it's not germane to this conversation.
I recognize that, Mayor.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment from City Council? Then I would, staff, anything else? Applicant, anything else? Then I would open up this item for public comment at this time. Hold on, just hold on. Everybody will get their chance. And all right, hold on. I'm going to ask you, you guys have been great. I'm going to ask you to respect each speaker's time. So hold your own comments until you get to the podium. And I will ask council just to put the sides on the conversation so that we're clear on what public comment can be considered by the dais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, for clarification and purposes of reminding everyone what we're here for today, it is a master site plan approval. The criteria for the master site plan is in section 2.10.04 of the LDC, which was laid out in both the staff report and the presentation this morning. And that is the only criteria that can be approved today for a major site plan. So that's what everyone should be speaking to. Comments should be limited to the issue at hand, not, for instance, rezoning density, number of units. That's not the topic today.
Ray, can you put up that item? Can you find that for us during the public comment and put that up there? What did you reference? What number?
2.10.04 of the LDC.
Just put it up on the board just for clarification. And I'm sorry, sir, please proceed. Just introduce yourself and go for it.
My name is Mark Stansel. I live in District 3, and I'm here to support the Hidden Lakes and Toscana residents. First of all, Oak Kings is a scenic byway built by the British in the 1700s. It's a historic part of Florida. Putting rental apartments along it would not be compatible with preserving its beauty and historical value. And speaking of compatibility, it will also not be within the current environment. Expensive private homes do not mix with rental apartments. There would be another factor, increased traffic along a street that's already burdened. Also, right now, there's very little crime in that area, and as we know, apartments, even luxury apartments, they're rental, and crime can go up, as statistically shows. This property should probably never have been rezoned in the first place, circumstances dubious as they may be. Under the circumstances, it should probably be rezoned back to its original office space, allowing for jobs. All of you in the City Council need to reject this plan. Palm Coast already has an overabundance of apartments now. We don't fill the ones we have. You need to support your constituents. These homeowners deserve better from their City Council. They do not want rental apartments staring down at them or along their border. Also, they need to be supported by their own District 3 representative on this council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Mayor Alphen, members of the Town Council. I'm not opposed to developing land, and I'm not opposed to progress if done correctly. My name is Lisa Zerhide, and I've lived in Palm Coast since 2014 in the Hidden Lakes community. I'm here today on behalf of my neighbors who could not attend this meeting due to the 9 a.m. hour because they are still working. I'm retired. We are wholeheartedly opposed the proposed 216-unit luxury apartment complex. The development will directly affect our quality of life, specifically our health, welfare, and safety, in addition to our property values. I, as well as my neighbors, have serious concerns about another high-density residential multifamily apartment complex being placed in such close proximity to single-family housing off Old Kings Road South, especially since this stretch of road is only, as you know, a single lane in each direction. You should all be concerned, extremely concerned, about emergency response time. An emergency vehicle had to come into our community this morning at 6:45. And I just thought, what would happen if there was another blocked Old Kings Road? I'm sure you are aware of what happened on the night of Halloween. Old Kings Road was blocked up from 9 a.m. until 7 p.m. With more people moving into Florida and more traffic on 95, you can almost guarantee that, unfortunately, there will be more accidents occurring. Thank goodness we haven't had an emergency or a tragedy, because the onus would be on the town board that allowed this situation to get bad enough if an emergency vehicle could not get into our community to help. There's also a concern about the feasibility of safely exiting the area during an emergency evacuation. Old Kings Road South is already congested daily and is often, as I said, gridlocked because of traffic diverted when an accident occurs on Old Kings Road. You go down. Basically, I'm just asking you to think about the folks and what you're doing and hold off.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Alice Brandt, and I live in Hidden Lakes. I'm hereby to oppose the 216 luxury apartment complex. This development will directly affect our quality of life, our health, welfare, and the safety, as well as our property values. We have experienced Old Kings Road so congested that if anyone, God forbid, had a medical emergency, life-saving vehicles could not have gotten into our development in a timely fashion. Accidents on 95 and Old Kings Road are a daily and weekly occurrence, and more development will only add to this nightmare. Time after time, with no factual data, they have stated that this proposed project is not in conflict with or contrary to public interest. They state with impunity that this development will not create an unsubstantial hazard or nuisance or constitute a threat to our health, wealth, and welfare or safety of the residents. Well, we have the substantial evidence and the specifics of exactly how this project will factually lower our home values, increase crime, and contribute to horrendous traffic issues. It's time for you to listen to the citizens of Palm Coast and vote no. We want to uphold the protection outlined in 2.05.5. It seems to me the real problem was when you changed the zone. When we built here, we investigated it, and it was going to be zoned office, and that is why we moved here, and I'm sure other people feel the same way. I'm almost done. Our land development code was what we should have kept it the way it was. For the public purpose, health, and welfare of our local residents, you must vote no to this application. When it takes 6 weeks to get a dental or doctor's appointment, or even worse, they say they're not taking on any new patients. Offices would be welcome and so necessary. What a great place to have offices instead of 216 apartments that are detrimental and add no or little value to our property values. Once again, please, you must vote no on this proposal.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello again, Mayor and Council folks. Greg Brigado. So, couple points. First of all, both your staff and the developers brought up the review criteria. And I don't really, in my world, in my universe, apartments are not compatible with the two adjoining neighborhoods, plain and simple. I don't see how you can put those together. Second point is, and Teresa brought this up about the safety of our kids, that intersection at Town Square and Old Kings Road, if you've walked there or rode your bike there, is very hazardous now. You can't put any additional traffic on that the way it is. Mayor, if you get $20 million from the state in March, blast ahead on fixing that and fixing Old King Road and that bridge that Fong talked about. Otherwise, you got to vote no, folks. You just have to turn this down. Not that they won't come back later, but until that road is fixed and prepared for more development, you can't approve it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Kathy Riker-Dolavsky. I do not live in Hidden Lakes or Toscana, and I am very concerned not only about the traffic and the density caused by this project, but perhaps the criteria stated in the master site plan under nuisance would qualify as a reason why you should not approve this project. We are dangerously close to becoming the geography of nowhere. 30 years ago, a man named James Howard Kunstler wrote a book by that very title, where one place begins to look like every other place. The developer showed attractive photographs of apartment complexes that were built in Georgia and South Carolina, and why shouldn't we be happy to have them here in Palm Coast along the oldest, most historic road in the state of Florida? It's not appropriate. It is a nuisance. and as described by Scenic Florida. The purpose is to protect the continuity of a scenic byway by minimizing gaps and intrusions on the visitor experience. We are trying to attract tourists who care about our heritage. This is only called Old Kings Road because it was once called Kings Road. It was determined by the King of England in the 1700s that this road should be built. It is not appropriate to now have apartment parking lots 25 feet from the road with only 50 feet of linear shade trees planted between the trees. What is going to be unique about this roadway if we have this complex? Will we remove the signs that say scenic byway? Because it's no longer scenic. It's no longer unique. We now will have the geography of nowhere. Please vote no.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please respect the next speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good morning again, Mayor Alphen and members of the City Council. My name is Don Spencer, and my wife Karen and I have lived in Palm Coast since 2017 in Hidden Lakes. On November 26th, there was an article in Flagler Live concerning the Planning Board's meeting about the proposal for the 9-building, 216-unit apartment complex on Old Kings Road South. In that article, it stated that Planning Board member Sybil Dodson Lucas said, "Found it hard to believe that no one showed up at the developer neighborhood meeting, and she wanted more outreach to them." Well, so do we. Well, there was a good reason for that, as the developer sent the notice to the wrong management company in the case of Hidden Lakes. And that was per the neighborhood meeting mail-out affidavit, which I do have, which came out yesterday. So we wouldn't get it because it was sent to the wrong address. At this point, I'd like to ask everybody here that's from
Excuse me,
Toscana.
sir, please address me.
I'd like to ask everybody behind me that's from Toscana and Hidden Lakes just to stand up for a quick moment.
No, sir.
Please.
No, sir. No, sir. Excuse me. This is for public comment, please.
That is a public comment.
Please.
So you could see from the turnout, whoever may have stand up here at a 9 a.m. meeting, how many homeowners are concerned about this proposed project and would like the city council to recommend to the developer to schedule another neighborhood meeting. So in conclusion, I would like to ask the city council for an early Christmas gift. And that would be to table this resolution and send it back to the planning board to require the developer to schedule another neighborhood meeting at a minimum. But ideally, send it back to reconsider changing from apartments to condos, as that would mean less people and less cars. I would gladly provide the proper contacts for both Hidden Lakes and Toscana if asked. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name's Tom Talinsky. I live at 36 Grand Woods Place, Hidden Lakes. I'm the current HOA president. I was very disappointed that Hidden Lakes, being so close to the proposed apartment complex, was not informed or included in the planning board review, which resulted in a recommendation for approval. I appreciate today we have an opportunity to speak. Hopefully we'll be heard. I received a significant amount of feedback from Hidden Lakes residents. There is a plethora of concerns concerning the zoning change itself, the possibility of crime, possibility of reduction of property values, and several other issues. One major concern that I constantly hear about is traffic. Old Kings Road is a 2-lane road with no overhead lights. And in our case in Hidden Lakes, there's no southbound exit lane, which would allow for residents to exit the road without worrying about getting rear-ended. We talked about deceleration lanes, but there's nothing southbound that we can use to get off without worrying about getting hit from behind. Somebody's going to get hit and hurt. The intersection of Old Kings and Town Center Boulevard is quickly becoming a problem during rush hour, northbound traffic is constantly getting backed up, as there's only one lane to make a left on the town center. Traffic exiting off of town center to head north on Old Kings tends to cross into what little pedestrian lane that exists on that bridge. Somebody's going to get run over. All this occurring with only a few building projects on Old Kings. My concern is we're going to wait until this becomes a major problem or somebody gets killed. I urge the city to get proactive, not reactive on this issue. Now, we've talked about widening Old Kings, but I want to reiterate this. I urge the city to get proactive, not reactive on this issue. Until the road conditions are upgraded, I am personally against any new building on Old Kings Road and will present that narrative within our community. Another issue I keep hearing is apartments are not really compatible with the type of neighborhoods that we have in Toscana and Hidden Lakes. And I have to agree with that. I'm sure folks in Toscana are just thrilled to death over the project of apartments being built next door. There's a lot of voters in both communities. It'd probably be a good idea to consider and address their concerns. One possible compromise would be to build individual townhomes, individual owner townhomes rather than apartments. This might mitigate some of the community concerns. I strongly urge that we put a stop to this project until we get the roads upgraded and have an opportunity to work with the developer to better shape this project to match the surrounding communities. Thank you, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
My name is Celia Puglisi, and I live in Palm Coast since 1991, and I'm coming here in support of my neighbors. My own house is not that far from Hawkins Road, north and south, and it's a real mess, the traffic there. I am in totally agreement with our director of our Historical Society in Palm Coast, Ms. Kathy Elavsky, which she highlights the fact that Old Kings Road is the Old King Road that was designated by the original expeditioners, Spaniards, in this area. Why to change it with this multifamily? When is gonna end that we keep on rezoning to benefit a special interest of a special owners that are landowners like we are? It's like their rights supersede the rights of the landowners, stakeholders that are already living here. We have the same rights. We bought here under certain zonings and codes, and like our wonderful Councilwoman Poncheri said, we should not be coming here, especially to change the codes. The codes are here for a reason. It's to protect all of us. We are not protecting all of us. When you vote 3 versus 2, like just happened with the Cascades, please say no to this rezoning. If they come here asking for rezonings, special exemptions to zoning or spot zonings, it's because we can say no. We need to find out why is that we can say no. We are paying for legal advice, and sometimes our legal advice, like today, was not allowed to speak. And this is to advise, not to speak, to advise the way I saw it, and it should be allowed. You need to vote no, you need to protect us. And I do have a question. I would like to have the kindness to let me know the name of that gracious lady legal advisor that we have today, which firm is she, how she was hired, and I would like to know about it because it's very important. Her position here in the city to all of us is to protect the city and the council, but also we need to know who is protecting the city administration and the council, not us, of course. But like I said, please vote no on this issue because people have not even been properly notified, and maybe there should be a new notification, a new community gathering, so people was aware. That's why they didn't come to the meeting. Thank you so very much.
Please, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, sir.
Next speaker. No.
I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Peggy Donovan. I live at 12 New Water Oak in Toscana. We have never received any notice from anybody on any of this planning, period. And I don't know who you spoke to, who told you, but Artemis did not send us anything. We don't even get our regular mail from them for our HOA meetings. So I'll let that go. But when it comes to the traffic on Old Kings, I travel Old Kings quite a bit. I drive a Miata, a little bitty car, and sometimes I have problems getting in and out of Tuscana because the traffic's coming down there so fast. And then you sit for 5 lights to go south on Old Kings. I'm not turning on the town center, just to go through. 5 lights, and I'm the 15th car waiting in line. So that tells me that that turn going to the right takes up a lot of time. And then I understand that you're going to be building more houses just on the west side of the bridge of town center. So those are single-family homes, and then by your maps that you showed, the multifamily residents, or you have property in front of Tuscana that is multifamily property too, that is open. It's not bought yet as far as I know. So that's more traffic. The left-hand or the right-hand turn lane into the developments. Tuscana has 210 homes, and not all of them are built. We have a turn. It is a dangerous road to travel. Unless you travel it every day, you don't know. And most people, I guess, up here do not travel that road on a regular basis. We chose our home because of the area that it was in. And when we looked, as the other lady had said, it was commercial. It was not residential. If it would have been residential, I would not have bought. I moved from Port St. Lucie for the same reason that Palm Coast. It's becoming a bedroom community, and it's the residents that are paying the taxes. And that's who you'll come after when you need to raise taxes, us. We need more business, but we need the business in areas to where it should be. And I don't mind offices along our roads. Daytime traffic, you know, that's fine. But the road needs to be widened before you add any more new apartments. And I prefer condos or townhouses, and to see a better representation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor Alphen and members of the council. My name is Deborah Mall, and I have lived in Palm Coast since 2014 in the Hidden Lakes community. My husband and I love living in the city of Palm Coast. It has so much to offer from its location, community activities, parks and recreations, business opportunities, and quality schools. We moved from a New Jersey location that had easy access to beaches, mountains, and major cities. We wanted a warmer climate and researched southern states for almost 4 years before deciding on our retirement location. Palm Coast was the perfect choice for us. We knew the minute we toured the area, affording a beautiful home so close to the ocean is a dream come true. As we enjoyed the peace and tranquility of the area, it just prompted discussions with my husband and I about the development of Old Kings Road. And we thought, it's not going to happen in our lifetime. But we weren't against the development. It was a single-lane road, lack of lighting on Old Kings Road. We don't even drive at night anymore because you have to put your high beams on. So we were concerned about the overdevelopment, expected small businesses, but not a high-density multifamily unit. Progress is good, but I feel we need to step back and evaluate how the proposed unit will affect us directly, our quality of life, health, welfare, and safety. Whenever there is a traffic diversion due to I-95 accidents, Old King Road becomes congested or at a standstill. Old King Road has historical significance, designated as a historical scenic byway. This development will change the visual appearance of this beautiful road while displacing natural vegetation, the buffer between Old Kings Road and the apartments. In addition, we have emergency service response, safe exits off of Old Kings Road, and infrastructure impact. After listening to Ms. Pontieri's comments, if at least put that bus stop inside the neighborhood, that's just dangerous for the children and the turn lanes. Unfortunately, after almost 10 years of residency, our little slice of paradise is being threatened without a single board member or HOA resident being notified of the developer meeting. Similar concerns are already expected with the approved 750 Coquina Shore homes located on Route 100 and Old Kings Road. I'm here today to stand in solidarity with the residents to request that a community meeting is held with the developer himself before any votes take place regarding this matter. If we were notified, representatives from Toscana and Hidden Lakes would have been there, and they even stated that in the Observer comment. Why weren't there any residents? There's your hint. So, thank you. We would have been there.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and thank you for your time. My name is Lori Macklin, and I live at 10 New Leatherwood Drive in the Toscana community. I also rise to express my concerns with the proposed high-density apartment development. Over the past 4 years of our residency in Toscana and the last 21 years residency in Flagler County, we have seen much more traffic on the main roads in Palm Coast, especially on Old Kings Road. Most of Old Kings Road between Town Center Boulevard and Palm Coast Parkway is a narrow, two-lane road with no shoulder or sidewalks. For residents in Hidden Lakes and Toscana, it is the only road available for entrance or exit. Recently, the traffic has become increasingly heavy, with southbound traffic often backing up from the light at Town Center Boulevard to the Toscana entrance. It is becoming more difficult to exit the neighborhood. If there is a traffic issue on I-95, like on Halloween, overflow traffic uses Old Kings Road as an alternative, creating bumper-to-bumper traffic for miles. Even without the proposed development, we are concerned about the safety aspect of this ever-increasing traffic. Beyond inconvenience and perilous entrance and exit for our communities, in our opinion, the backed-up traffic can affect the prompt arrival of emergency responders, creating a significant safety issue. The addition of a high-density 216-unit apartment complex just north of Toscana, with the approximate addition of up to 435 vehicles every day, would greatly exacerbate this problem. We believe that the addition of the high-density project to this narrow, crowded road would affect the physical safety of all current and future residents. Old Kings Road is an historic roadway and one of the few remaining greenways in Palm Coast. It would be a shame to spoil its ambiance with the kind of high-density development being proposed. If this section of land must be developed, it should be a development more consistent with the surrounding area, single-family homes or townhomes. In any event, any high-density development project on this section of Old Kings Road should be delayed until the narrow road is widened for safety and to accommodate the additional growth. Thank you for your attention to our concerns in this matter.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor Elfin and members of the council. My name is Eileen Sierra, and I'm a resident of Palm Coast. I want to thank Councilmember Pontiera for replying to my email and for listening to all of us. I'm here to speak again in opposition to the 216-unit luxury apartment complex being proposed on the historic Old Kings Road, which serves as a main thoroughfare for residents, emergency responders, construction, delivery trucks, remains a vital detour for I-95 as well as an evacuation route for Flagler County. Our county buses also travel Old Kings daily. My husband drove a school bus and a county bus taking residents to medical appointments, dialysis sessions, which are right on Old Kings Road, work, school, special needs programs for disabled adults. When Old Kings Road is blocked, it creates a transportation nightmare for everyone in the city. And with the planned Whiteview Parkway connection that's going to be pouring out onto Old Kings, even more traffic is going to be merging into a route that's not adequate. Palm Coast has been overrun with developers and realtors looking to profit from luxury rentals that do not provide the much-needed affordable housing for so many who live and work here. This large complex of luxury apartments lacks any legitimate purpose and does not benefit the public. Interestingly, not one person from the public or affected communities attended early meetings because we were never properly notified or had a chance to have a voice. There was one application or document where a senior planner was quoted as saying that the project will provide housing for elderly residents and also younger residents that provide essential and key services. We're hearing that rents will be in the $2,000 to $3,000 range. They're luxury. This is not helping the community, the firefighters, the teachers, all the people that need homes. Halloween fiasco we've talked about was a safety nightmare. No emergency vehicles would have ever been able to respond. God forbid we had a fire and a house fire, a medical situation. It put hundreds of residents at great risk. Adding roughly 500, maybe 400 or more vehicles, not to mention all the additional delivery, the Amazon, the UPS, the service vehicles, the DoorDash, and guest traffic on the road and into that community is going to take up a lot of traffic and a lot of congestion, add congestion. It's also concerning for the residents of the assisted living facility who need medical care. Please consider approval of this project, or at least look for ways to minimize the additional traffic by reducing the number of units, perhaps modifying as two-story townhouses, and include rental units that the average working family desperately need in Palm Coast, and which we need because they serve us. We can't disregard the health, safety, and welfare of residents for profit. It's disturbing that it's past the approval process for rezoning, and I hope that you'll listen to the residents and postpone this and give us a chance to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Is there a next speaker, please?
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. My name is John Danz. I'm a resident in Toscana. I understand that landowners have the right to develop their land, but the town council has a responsibility to make sure it is developed in a responsible way for all concerned. Palm Coast is becoming overcrowded. There are many rental complexes in Palm Coast already. I feel that allowing a 216-unit complex will not be beneficial to our residents. Residents are already facing long waits for medical appointments. I think less density projects would be in our best interest. Water is a major concern. Will we be able to meet the demands if we keep packing people into our area? When driving by the sewage pumping station on Old Kings Road, you can smell raw sewage every day, which I would think tells me that it's already at its capacity. It's time to listen to the concerned citizens of Palm Coast and look out for our best interests, needs, and wants. We need to keep Palm Coast beautiful and safe for all. After all, that's what we elected you to do. I see many signs around town which say Palm Coast is Tree City. If we keep going in this wrong direction, there will be no more trees. Also, the traffic study that we just had presented to us will be obsolete very shortly because Old Kings is basically undeveloped. As development goes, that traffic study will also not be sufficient. I think we have to look more to the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for this opportunity. I actually submitted...
Please just introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jo Ellen Andrews, 20 New Water Oak Drive, Toscana. I actually wrote a letter because I wasn't sure I was going to be able to be here today. I don't want to reiterate what everybody said, but I want to bring out that I believe the mantra here in Palm Coast is build, build, build. I think we need to change our mantra to how about balancing our future with our current needs. People have discussed crime, traffic, schools, infrastructure, roads, flooding, home values, safety, pollution, the smell, pollution, the noise. Ever since the assisted living facility went in, you can't open your windows at night. Medical, it took 5 months for my significant other to get an appointment with a neurologist here. We don't have a birthing center for new mothers. I don't believe that we meet the proposed development needs with the city's land development. We're in conflict is based on the number of people here and contrary to public interest. It doesn't preserve the character or residential of our community. It does not prevent urban sprawl. It does not protect the open space and environmental issues, to name a few. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other speakers that would like to address the issue? Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Judge. I reside in Toscana. I'm just kind of bottom line this. A lot of emotion here. You can see people are really upset with what you've done here. 6 notifications were sent out regarding this development. 2 went to the city. 2 went to the owner of the property. And 1 went to Toscana at some addressed over in Championship Gate, not to one of my neighbors. And the other one went to Hidden Lakes and some fictitious address as well. Those were the 6 notifications sent. As you can see, nobody went to any of the meetings that they had because we didn't get the notification. Those are the facts. We need to meet with this developer and get to the get to some compromise as to what's appropriate. Also, none of you people live in Toscana. If you're going south on Old Kings Road, there's no turning lane to get into Toscana. You're taking your life in your hands. Nobody drives 45 miles an hour on Old Kings Road other than me. Everybody else is going 60 miles an hour or faster. It's a 2-lane road. People are passing on the side of the lines, taking risks that they shouldn't be taking. This development is inappropriate for that neighborhood.
Thank you for your comment.
Peter Johnson, Palm Coast. So the first thing I would like to address is the density of the project. Those numbers are completely inaccurate. This parcel is 29 acres and some change, and you guys have, the developers has used it for 7 point whatever that number is. If you take away the conservation land, then that number is accurate. But if you add the conservation land, you guys are barely squeezing in the density that's approved, and it's 11.7. In fact, I was initially confused as to why the developers dropped it from 255 to 216. But if you go back and do the math, they actually came in over the allowed land development code usage at 13.8. So to say that it's 7.2, on the developable land, it's actually 11.7, which is squeezing in the maximum amount of density on this project. In addition, sir, you said you take responsibility as the traffic liaison for the chair. I would be remiss if I didn't mention a person that I considered a friend, Tyler Perkins, who passed away on Old Kings Road this week in a car accident. Are you going to take the responsibility for the next fatality that occurs when the overcongestion and overcrowding on that road leads to a school bus incident where a 7-year-old gets killed, not a 27-year-old man? It's a legitimate question, right? There's a lot of pride in all this work that's being done, but there's no thought about the citizens that are here today. And the fact that we have 2 HOA president members here who have directly said that they did not receive the notification for the meeting, for the community meeting, says it all. I did a public records request with Kelly yesterday. The affidavit for the public meeting was signed yesterday and notarized yesterday. They had ample time. Did they miss the newspaper articles? Did they miss the agenda? Did they miss all the people saying that they wanted to talk about it? In the grand scheme of things, I'm nobody. I'm not involved in the development. I don't live there, but I had 70 residents reach out to me who wanted to talk. And to sit here and think that they didn't want to talk to the developers is absolute buffoonery.
Thank you for your comment. Are there, please. Next speaker, please.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, Palm Coast City Council. My name is Tom Barrett, and I live in Hidden Lakes. I was listening to this on my cell phone, and then I saw you had a public session, so I got in my car, and here I am. Anyway, I just wanted you to know that, well, someone said that there was a meeting called where we were supposed to go to a meeting to discuss this with the developer. That's not true. I called the president. I used to be president of our association. I called the new president and said, what about this meeting? Were you notified? He said, no. We were never notified of any meeting. So this whole thing is kind of being, I don't know, snuck under the rug without any comment or input from people who live in the area. I personally don't think it's a good idea, but I think I'd like to express that in a meeting with the developer. And I think it's unfair for you to vote for him to do this without us having a meeting. So I'm hoping you'll vote against it, but I don't know if you'll vote with the developer or with the people. that's up to you. But in any event, I think you should allow us to have a meeting with the developer, and you could be present if you'd like, and we can discuss this situation. And until that occurs, I think it's useless to have a vote on this. That's my opinion anyway, and I just wanted to tell you that, and that's why I got in my car and I came over here.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Joy Cook from Seminole Woods. I'm here on behalf of the residents of Hidden Lakes and Testona. In the official record of Tom Berkeley, the clerk of the court and controller of Flagler County, a warranty deed dated July 3rd of 2018 for a transaction between Florida Landmark Communities LLC, a Florida limited liability company, formerly Florida Landmark Communities Inc., also formerly known as Palm Coast Holdings Inc., grantor to the King's Business Center LLC grantee, where the grantor accepted the sum of $1,006,200 for certain lands in Flagler County. Florida Landmark Communities LLC is a subdivision of a company of Elite, which is out of Duluth, Minnesota. Florida Landmark Communities LLC has a local address here of 145 City Place, Suite 300 in Palm Coast. Clint Smith is currently the vice president of the Elite and has been since 2005. Clint Smith has an active seat on our City of Palm Coast Building and Planning Committee since 2018 as a board member, vice chair, and current chair. So please tell me how this is not a direct conflict of interest that someone who is directly part of this transaction to sell transfer property can sit on the board and planning committee at the time that the deed was signed and was able to be voted on and approved the application for the buyer to develop on those same properties. Members of the City Council and members of the BNP Committee are continuously allowing these types of applications to pass without any following of the guidelines of under Florida statute. This behavior is clearly a violation of Florida Statute 112.311 and 112.3.43. Just so the public is aware, you are appointing these people who are only volunteers to sit on this building and planning committee. You decide who sits there. You are responsible for their behavior, and when the poop hits the fan, you will ultimately be the responsible party. I hope they make the right choice and vote against this development and any others where conflict may exist. The city attorney is not here to protect your wrongdoings. They are here to advise you. Their first and foremost responsibility is to the public and to keep the public trust in the government. Thank you and happy holidays to all.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address me?
Hello, Mayor and Council. Excuse me. My name's Candace Newman, and I've been in Palm Coast since 2012. Live in Hidden Lakes for 3.5 years. I want to thank you, Teresa, for replying to my emails. You were the only one. You're not even my council person, so I want to thank you for that. Excuse me. On Halloween, I know it was already said, my daughter was picking up her children and coming to my house to go trick-or-treating. It took her an hour and a half. That's a 3-mile drive, an hour and a half. Nobody could have gotten into our community if anyone got hurt. I also want to say that this needs to be put down. 216 apartments is not negotiable. You need to say no. And you're up there as our electives. You can be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker? Yes, ma'am.
To the mayor, the council, one of my many concerns with this project is a health and safety issue. On Halloween of this year, the Hidden Lakes and Toscana residents got a wake-up call on just how dire our traffic situation can get in front of our developments. I-95 experienced a major traffic shutdown, shutdown that day. Off-flow from traffic from I-95 put us into complete gridlock. The gridlock had traffic backed up from the intersection of Old Kings Road and Town Center Boulevard in both directions on Old Kings Road. Residents trying to get home that day had to take it took them over a half an hour just on Old Kings Road to get home. This gridlock makes us realize there are many more dire consequences that can occur in our neighborhood and to us residents individually with this situation. What happens when a resident in these two developments experiences a life-threatening health crisis and an ambulance can't get to their home? The consequences can be someone doesn't survive without the help of a paramedic, an EMT, and ambulance. What happens when a fire occurs at a home in these two developments and the fire trucks and the rescue equipment cannot get to our homes? If there is any wind, it may involve the loss of multiple properties. What happens if there is a fire in Graham Swamp right behind our homes and fire rescue cannot get to it? May I remind you of the infamous June 6, 1998 fire that spread through wooded areas in Palm Coast and destroyed 20 homes. May I also remind you there is no shoulder on the two-lane Old Kings Road from Town Center Boulevard to Palm Coast Parkway. So heavy equipment, if they tried to use the shoulder, would sink in the sand in front of our developments. Is also a swamp that almost meets the road. Heavy equipment cannot use the shoulder to get through to our homes. Gridlock puts Hidden Lakes and Toscana developments in a dire, life-threatening constraint. What is the constraint for traffic at Old Kings and Town Center Boulevard? It is the two-lane bridge that goes over the canal at this dangerous intersection. Also, Town Center Boulevard has the I-95 bridge that creates another permanent two-lane road leading up to that aforementioned intersection. With the dire situation caused by the intersection at Old Kings Road and Town Center Boulevard, all construction and development should be halted until this situation at this intersection and bridge is corrected. Also, this is not the only time we experience gridlock. At peak traffic times, there are major traffic backups in both directions on Old Kings Road, and emergency equipment cannot get to our homes under these conditions. It is unimaginable the impact of increased traffic from this proposed development. Please vote no and protect our communities.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another, either one?
Good afternoon. I'm John McAuliffe at 100 New Leatherwood Drive, one of the houses within 1,100 feet of this project. I want to thank the Administrative Coordinator of Planning for acknowledging my email concern of December 8th, 23. And I emailed the entire council, but only received a reply from Councilwoman Pontieri. Thank you for your respectful and considerate reply. I'm disappointed that you are the only one from the council to reply, but I'm sure all of you read my email, so I won't read it again for you. But I am very concerned about the wildlife habitat encroachment and the danger for deer crossing Old Kings Road, which happens fairly regularly, and there are some signs posted about that. But the traffic on Old Kings Road is just incredible, and it's going to get worse and worse. And please take serious consideration about the turn lanes and widening before you approve a project of this nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'll try to be brief because I can see you're all nodding off. I'm Barbara Jacobson. I live in Toscana. I'm a relatively new homeowner. We moved from a very crowded Fort Myers area 16 months ago, and we left there because of the sprawl and the overdevelopment and the craziness on all of the roads. I know that everybody's talked about emergency response times, safety exiting. These are all legitimate concerns that all of the people in Palm Coast have, regardless of where they live. My major concern here, because I've always been active in my local community, is that there were discrepancies in how this proposal was presented
in that the local residents, Toscana and Hidden Lakes in particular, were not given the right to come in and have the opportunity to speak with this developer before this happened. Whether it was a communication problem, who was at fault is not really important. The important thing is we, as your constituents and the members of these communities, were not given the opportunity to speak with the developer directly about our concerns. So what I would like to ask you to do today, out of fairness for everyone concerned, is vote to table this and schedule a meeting so that the residents of these two communities have the opportunity to meet with the developer, present our concerns, and hopefully find some type of compromise where we can have everybody have a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there, yes, sir?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the committee. My name is Leif Jacobson, and that was my wife, so she probably took half my stuff away. But I just wanted to say good afternoon rather than good morning, and to let you know how thrilled we are in being in the Palm Coast area. We moved, as my wife said, from Fort Myers, and we left there because the congestion was just getting to be unbelievable, and we knew when fall was coming because all of the license plates changed colors. We did recently found out about this 216 unit apartment complex that's going to be built next to our development, and it's going to be built with very little or no buffering. If you take a look at the town, or the Toscana development and the Hidden Lakes development, they're really set back. You can't see the development other than the entrances. We're going to be looking at a parking lot with 260 apartments right next to the road. And it's going to take away from a beautiful road. That's one of the things that actually brought us here. The other thing is, if this proposal is accepted, what other developments are then going to occur along Old Kings Road? This would be the first, then it would be a second, 500 cars, 500 more cars, 500 more cars. Old Kings Road is a dangerous road. I pass trucks, cement mixers, cars. Few of them are doing 45. The one I saw the other day was a flatbed truck with a bulldozer on the back of it that extended over the sides by 4 feet on each side. I actually had to go off the road to miss the road. What's it doing? It's causing Old Kings to deteriorate. It's already gotten bumpy. It's going to need paved. There are exit lanes. We've had problems getting off of Old Kings Road, turning in. I now turn my turn signal on about a mile before I get to our entrance, so the person behind me knows. I've seen 2 accidents going into our development, and we've had 2 people killed in the last 6 months on Old Kings. So I am also concerned about crime coming into a 216-unit development. Homes and condos are one thing, apartments are totally different, and they have a totally different atmosphere. Thank you very much for accepting my comments, and happy holidays.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any remaining members of the public that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Daniel Crovo. I reside at Hidden Lakes. I'm here today on behalf of my neighbors who could not attend this meeting and to stand in solidarity with those who could. We wholeheartedly oppose the proposed 216-unit luxury apartment complex. This development will directly affect our quality of life, specifically our health, welfare, and safety, in addition to our property values. I, as well as my neighbors and the overwhelming majority of Palm Coast residents, have serious concerns about another high-density residential multifamily apartment complex being in such close proximity to single-family housing off Old Kings Road South, especially since this stretch of road is only a single lane in each direction. We are extremely concerned about emergency service response times and the feasibility to safely exit the area during an emergency evacuation. Old Kings Road South is already congested daily and is often gridlocked because of traffic diversion when an accident occurs on I-95. This section of road also has little to no adequate lighting at night Approving this project without addressing our infrastructure needs simultaneously will not alleviate any of the issues we currently have. I also want to bring your attention to the historical significance of this area and its designation as a historical scenic byway. Not only will this development change the visual appearance of this beautiful road, since it does not include a natural vegetation buffer between Old Kings and the apartment buildings, will also displace stormwater and wildlife. This will lead to an increase in human-animal conflicts, put motorists in danger, and place homeowners at risk for additional flooding, an issue the city is plagued with right now because of this exact type of reckless overdevelopment. It's incomprehensible to us that this land has passed the approval process for rezoning and is already being brought to a vote without a single board member of our HOA or resident being notified of the developer meeting. We are here today to demand that a community meeting be held with the developer himself before any votes take place regarding this matter. Community input should not only be heard, but encouraged and appreciated, as well as adhered to in order to satisfy the requirements for approval, since the initial plans proposed are incompatible with the surrounding land usage and public interest. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else care? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Jill Lewis. I reside at 35 Graham Woods Place in Hidden Lakes. I emailed you this letter, but I just would like to read it into the record. In my opinion, this application does not conform with all the goals and objectives in the 235 comp plan or the requirements of the master site plan application process and needs your careful consideration. Old Kings Road between Route 100 and Palm Coast Parkway offers one of the longest stretches of greenway in Palm Coast, and I believe careful consideration should be given to how this stretch of land will look for the foreseeable future. The properties along this stretch of road that back up to the Graham Swamp Preserve shouldn't be developed with high-density development projects that leave virtually no room for appropriate landscape buffering and/or pervious surfaces. The 235 comp plan specifically says preferred site should have available land area to provide either a wide landscape buffer or a natural buffer or barrier from proximate single-family residential uses. In addition to side yard buffers, front yard buffers should also be employed. So when a project transitions from a less intense zoning district to a high-density district, such as this one, the contrast will be less stark and more aesthetically pleasing. The City of Palm Coast has successfully employed these standards on many developments it has throughout the town. Additionally, the comp plan states, maintain the community's quality of life through preservation and enhancement of environmental community resources. I know you can't buy up every piece of property, but I also think that you can control the density of properties that abut a 3,000-acre preserve. It seems to make the most sense. I also believe that this project goes against the intent of the comps plan of discouraging urban sprawl. Just because the zoning around this parcel may allow for future development of retail and commercial and other land uses which would offer pedestrian accessibility, these uses don't exist now. There isn't even a sidewalk that connects the development to 100 or Palm Coast Parkway for pedestrians or bicyclists. This makes traveling by foot and bicycle very dangerous on this portion of Old Kings Road. Again, this goes against smart growth principles and creates car-dependent projects. It is my opinion that the applicant held a community meeting in November of 2023 to present his master's. It's my understanding that he held a meeting that no one attended because the surrounding communities did not receive proper notification. If it is the City Council's position that these meetings are important for community members to get as much information as possible about a particular project, it is my hope they will require another community meeting be held before the vote takes place. I see that time's running out, but I just want to address the traffic quickly. I really feel like there is not enough room on this site plan to allow for cars to queue inside the development. If you only have one turning lane going out and one lane coming in, you're going to have cars backed up within the development. You don't have a deceleration lane. I don't understand how that's going to work as far as traffic going north and south on Old Kings Road. I really think the site plan needs to be looked at and adjusted to make those accommodations. The density is just too high for that site. I just hope you'll consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Happy
comment.
holidays.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor and council members, mine will be the shortest of all.
Go ahead, please introduce yourself.
My name is Bill Triboletti. I moved to Toscana about 7 months ago. But after hearing all of this today, could we ask one thing, that you internally meet and discuss all the opinions that you've heard from us before you vote? That's the only thing we can ask, is that you discuss this amongst yourselves and then give us a final.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any remaining speakers? Then I will close public comment. Oh, yes.
I almost forgot. That's it, no more?
All right, let's,
Darlene Shelley, Hidden Lakes, Palm Coast. On behalf of the concerned residents of Toscana and Hidden Lakes HOA communities, Mike Judge sent a certified letter to the Palm Coast City Manager on 12/12/23, received on 12/13/23. This letter contained the factual data and competent substantial evidence support for the denial of Master Site Plan 5447. I present to you today this supporting packet, including Exhibits A through O, referenced in that letter. And for the record, with regards to Old King's multifamily application, this letter details the lack of required proper notice to the Toscana HOA members, who each have an undivided interest in the common areas of the community that abuts this project. The lack of affidavit of proof of notice for the application as required in 2.0503, which miraculously appeared yesterday afternoon at 5 o'clock. The lack of presentation of sufficient factual data that's required to render a decision. The inconsistencies and failure to meet the demands of the LDC and the comprehensive plan. The lack of the opportunity for the local residents to be informed or to attend a required developers meeting. The direct conflict of this project to the objective policy of the comprehensive plan FLUME for mixed use designation. Failure to meet comp plan policy 1.1.3.3, compatibility with proximate use and scale. Failure to meet goal 1.1 of the City of Palm Coast future land use element, which states, preserve the character of residential communities, prevent urban sprawl, and protect open spaces. The lack of ability to provide for a proper buffer for Old Kings Road. The failure to provide an accurate property location on rezoning project description map view. The failure to provide the correct parcel number on the Palm Coast Development Project search. The failure to provide a supporting letter from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection with the correct parcel number, location, county information, and description of this project. The failure to provide factual data that the land swap redesign of the potential Whiteview flyover is safe, feasible, or in alignment with FDOT goals. Based on these overwhelming problems, oversights, compliance issues, lack of notice, unaddressed safety concerns, and the direct evidence of inaccurate and incomplete application, we request that this application be denied.
thank you for your comments. Please, please, please. Are there any, excuse me, are there any additional speakers at this time? Seeing no one approach, I will close public comment and we will return to the dais.
I just want to know if staff or the applicant or the applicant's attorney wants to address any of these questions that have been raised during public comment.
Mayor, there's a few big ones I'd like to address.
Sure. Why don't
you
you
don't
go
mind.
ahead first? And
Sure. And then Jay. You know, just historically, I heard a common theme, and I just want to tell you a little bit about the history of the zoning of this project. Before we became a city, this project was actually zoned RC by the county before we were a city, and that allowed for multifamily even before we were a city. In 2004,
Ray, I'm sorry,
yes,
what is RC?
RC,
RC.
residential/commercial.
Got it.
Okay, so in 2004, we did our first comprehensive plan. This whole corridor from State Road 100 to Palm Coast Parkway was a mixed-use corridor, okay? The future land use was mixed use designated in 2004, which the mixed use designation allows for a mix of uses, including multifamily, commercial, office, and so forth. In 2004, we did our first zoning map amendment for the entire city. And in 2004, partial of this property was zoned multifamily. The section that's closest to Hidden Lakes was zoned multifamily in 2004. We did a rezoning because there was one parcel and it was split. In 2002, the remaining of the northern property went from office to multifamily. So the entire project is now zoned multifamily. I do want to also address the scenic byway. I've heard several comments on the scenic byway, and there is no regulatory authority from our review standpoint. We follow the Land Development Code. I don't know the scenic byway, the exact time when it was designated, who designated it, but from a regulatory standpoint, we follow our Land Development Code when it comes to buffers and utilize our comprehensive plan. The Old Kings Road, I hear several times I heard about this is a historic road, okay? This road, a long time ago, you know, back in the British period, you know, Old Kings Road was established, but when this road got paved, okay, before we were a city, totally deteriorated the eligibility for inclusion for the National Registry for the Division of Historic Resources to classify this road as a historic resource. Old Kings Road, the Kings Road is gone. It's been paved, okay? Secondly,
excuse me.
From a regulatory
Excuse me,
standpoint, secondly, this project is not on Old Kings Road, okay? I mean, it is not registered as a historical, significant historical resource by the state, has no regulatory authority for us. In fact, it's part of the Old Kings Road assessment. It's going to be widened, most likely in the future, just like we did the southern end of widening it to 4 lanes. From a neighborhood meeting standpoint, our code, we follow our Land Development Code, is 300 feet from the property line to a radius of notification for a neighborhood meeting. All that was done. Hidden Lakes is, I don't know how far the nearest home is, but it doesn't fall within that 300 feet. We follow our Land Development Code when it comes to neighborhood meetings and
Excuse me, sir. We were courteous when you were making your public comments. I expect the same for my staff.
The addresses that we use are directly from the property appraiser of who owns that property, and those are who they're mailed to.
Ray, I have a question on that, and thank you for the other items that you've noted. What is the requirement to notify the associations? So Toscana and Hidden Lakes, what is the requirement?
Our code requires notification of property owners, okay? So for Toscana, for this case, it fell within the 300 feet, their common area. So that address is on the property appraiser, and we utilize that address, the applicant utilizes that address to send to that property owner.
What is the address that is used? Do we know? I mean, sorry, silly question. I know that was a roundabout question. Here's why I ask. While we had people talking, I looked up in the Division of Corporations, the Toscana Homeowners Association. The registered agent is a different company with a different address. The president, the manager, the principals, all of those are different people with different addresses than where this notice was sent. So if there's an address on the property appraiser's website, rather than what a lawyer would normally do, which is use a registered agent to put them on official notice of something, how do we determine what that address is? Is it the specific address to the clubhouse that is looked up?
It is the address of the property owner. The code requires that we address and send letters to all property owners within 300 feet, and we are sending it to that property owner.
Okay, so on the property appraiser's website for Toscana Homeowners Association, that's what you're saying?
Whoever that property owner was, that's who we sent it to. That was within the 300-foot. Whoever owns that property on the property appraiser, there is an address, and that's who we send that letter to.
But Who owns the homeowners association?
Excuse me, please.
I guess I'm trying to get to the core of this.
Yeah,
This is
so-
important.
So Mr. Tyner said that the regulation that we follow is that we notify the homeowners. You're asking about an association, which is
No,
not
I
part of
also
it.
asked about the homeowners
We-
association.
Yeah, but that's not part of the regulation.
That, he said it was, that's what I'm
Consistently
asking.
is we notify the owner of that property that's within 300 feet.
Right.
If there's a chunk of land there, there's an address on a property appraiser, that's the address we send it to.
Right, so you said the clubhouse for the purposes of Toscana, right?
No, it was, who
let
we
me-
sent it to
I'm trying to figure out,
is,
it's not clear.
it is Toscana Community Association.
Where is that?
Yeah, and that is
what-
the applicant who sent that
Okay, what
out.
is what did Mr. DeLorenzo just show you? That's what I'm curious
She,
about.
he showed me the property appraiser, what it stated,
Okay,
the name.
so but my point is, the Toscana Community Association has an official address that was not in the materials. They have a registered agent that has an address that was not in the materials. So my specific question is, if there's a common area, if there's a chunk of land, whatever it is that we have used, or that we shouldn't say we, it's not the city, it's the applicant, that the applicant uses to provide that notice, how is that looked up on the property appraiser's website? Is it looked up by the owner, community associate, Toscana homeowner or community association?
Bill Hoover, Senior Planner. So when these are done, we ask the applicant's agent, who's usually a planner or a civil engineer or attorney, to submit this. And I double-check this, so when we get on the subject property, we're allowed to make a list 300 feet of that, and we send that too. So the reason Toscana was on there was that there's a property that's owned by them that encompasses this big wetland area. I think they mentioned it was approximately 650 feet wide or something. So that's how that came up. Toscana was, with Hidden Lakes, that was pulled up, if I remember right, it was pulled up off of their common property further to the south. Since the applicant went above and beyond notifying within 300 feet, they have the option of notifying 500 feet or whatever, but based on previous discussions, probably from the rezoning, they went ahead and notified that, and the address for Toscana was listed off of their common area to the south. So if Hidden Lakes further to the south. So if Hidden Lakes did have property, common property within 300 feet, it would have been the same address that would have been used.
So, and I'm not really concerned, quite candidly, as to who was not noticed if it's not legally required. Right now, we are bound by what's legally required. My concern is that when I'm looking at Sunbiz, the Division of Corporations, I see that Toscana Community Association has a principal address of 1631 East Vine Street in Kissimmee, Florida. That's also their mailing address. They have a registered agent of Artemis Lifestyle Services, Inc. with the same address. They have a title of a president for Yuval, I'm going to butcher this and I apologize, Batansky, same address. Title of secretary, Matthew Brown. So we have, this is, the Division of Corporations is what should be used for official notice purposes. I'm not trying to advise the applicant. What I'm saying is they should know, or I want to know, how it is that the specific address that this notice was legally required to be sent to was determined. And by saying that, well, we looked up a piece of property in the property appraiser's website, I'm asking how? How was that determined? And if we're sending notices, or if the applicant is sending notices to that address, how are we determining that that is being received by the person who has decided to be the registered agent and officially notice a corporation pursuant to Florida law. That's my concern. I just want to make sure that whoever was legally required to be noticed, not the extra, was it done properly?
Okay, Mr. Tyner, did you want to, okay.
I'm
these
gonna
are
let
not-
them speak.
these- Okay. These are not presentations. Are you calling on them to help?
Yeah, I
you
think they're going to
with
address
detail?
their
Okay.
letters that they sent.
So done for this and for other municipalities is you can select the parcel on the property appraiser map, and then you can create a buffer of however many feet. So I did this one for 301 feet, and then it gives you a mailing list of all the records, the property owner and their mailing list from the property appraiser website.
So thank you for that, but again, and I know it seems like a roundabout question. So you draw a circle, basically, right? And a certain property falls within that radius of 300 feet. And so presumably Toscana Community Association fell into that radius, right? What address, did you use that specific plot of land that was
No.
populated? Okay, so how did you all determine the address?
The GIS data from the county property appraiser.
According to the,
Excuse me, okay, we're not doing presentations.
it's not a presentation.
Mr.
it's an answer to the
Tyner,
question.
are you calling on the gentleman?
Yeah, Jay's going to answer. I mean, it gives the address, so.
Yeah, Jay Livingston, with Livingston and Sword here on behalf of King's Business Center LLC. If you generate a 300-foot radius list from the project site for Toscana, you get Aegis CMS 83090 Champions Gate Boulevard, Suite 30, Champions Gate, Florida 33896, which is a property management company that's based out of Champions Gate. So that's what's on the property appraiser's website.
For what?
For Toscana Community Association.
Okay. Did you look up on the property appraiser's website, did you all look up Toscana Community Association? Is that what was searched?
No, the property appraiser's website generates a list based upon their database. So where tax bills go, that same address list, that same roll, where all addresses where tax bills go, is what's generated using the property appraiser's tool. It's what we've done since the city was incorporated and in the county before there was a city. As long as there was a tool to do that, that's how he's generated these lists.
Okay.
I do know that at one point for Hidden Lakes, which is not within that radius, at one point their address was like the old developer's address, and we had flagged that issue during the review of the storage facility that's just to the south of this project on the west side, and I believe they updated it after that to ensure that they got proper notice. But just to address the comments about proper notice is what the code requires. Just as master site plan review is limited to what the code requires. And we've run into this problem before with neighborhood meetings, and I agree that it's something that needs to be looked at to make sure that we don't have so many comments about people not being properly noticed when it's really, in some cases, preferred notice, and should we merge those two together? But right now, as the code is written, the notices that were sent out were consistent with the requirements for a neighborhood meeting. There are other notice requirements in other parts of the code. There's no requirement that it be sent to the registered agent. It's required to be sent to the property appraiser's address, which is what we generate that list and we do it. And I also want to address the comment that one of the members of the public made about this undivided interest argument. There's no requirement that we have to determine who has undivided interest in particular pieces of land and then notify everyone. Going back to the slippery slope issue that came up earlier, when you're dealing with title, there's a lot of different individuals that can have an interest in land, whether it's an appurtenance, it's an undivided interest, it's a mortgage interest. We're not required to notify them. If that is the prerogative of the city council to add that to the code, then that would be a fine requirement, but there is nothing improper about how notice was done, nor is there any requirement to notify anybody with an undivided interest in a piece of property.
Thank you for that, and I apologize to belabor the point, but I think it's important, since so many people did bring up the concern, to determine how it is that you all legally complied. And so I apologize for hammering it in, but it needed to be clarified and ensured that if that's the requirement, that's what you're bound to do, that's what we're bound to evaluate. So I appreciate the clarification on that. I just have one more question on that. When is the affidavit certifying compliance due?
We require an affidavit for the nice orange signs, but not for the neighborhood meeting. I had asked Bill in this case, and future cases too, to go above and beyond our code of getting an affidavit.
So
We
technically
usually
an
get
affidavit-
information, but
So
it's
technically,
required
an
for the red
affidavit
signs.
was not required for this? Okay,
Red signs are our notification.
got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman.
Been answered.
Vice Mayor, you're finished because you were
Yes.
interrupted? Okay. Councilman Clufus,
No, my main my questions revolved around the mandatory meeting and whether or not there was proper notice, and that seems to have been flushed out. Some of my other questions kind of revolve around traffic, and I know it's an unfortunate circumstance that we have these type of accidents as far as Halloween and everything. How I was hoping that our fire chief would be able to weigh in on that type of impact that this would have as far as emergency vehicles being able to travel into situations like this. But again, the main portion of this, my questions revolved around the meeting being scheduled properly, and then I was going to ask our council what type of tools we have in the toolbox of city council to make sure that the traffic is mediated or something along those regards and improved, and whether it's actually the turning lanes, et cetera, as far as in regards to the actual application here.
Thank you for that. I would think that based on what our traffic planner has suggested, we have a traffic planner for a reason, a senior traffic planner, and that any motion, and I would make a motion at this time, that if we are going to approve this, that it be with the recommendations from Mr. Fong for the turn lanes, the deceleration lanes that he referenced earlier.
would you also agree to require the school bus stop to
Well,
change the side?
Pursuant to what they said, that's not a part of this yet, right? Mr. Tyne, that's, the bus stop isn't technically a part of today,
But we can put
right?
it, we can put it in the
You can
motion.
make it part of the motion if you'd like to.
Well,
Just so
I don't feel like I know enough to do
Okay,
that.
well, we have enough information, Mayor.
I don't wanna
We'll-
overstep.
We're able to discuss that
But
with the
I did
flagger
have,
schools.
I'm sorry, I did have one more question. Pursuant to what we are bound to as council by law, in timeline-wise, to consider applications. This application was filed in May of 2023. What is the timeline by which council is bound to consider an application of this nature?
That's in our state law, and I believe technically they called out, I think there was a bill, I think that was passed 5 years, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, and I believe it was 120 or 180 days to go through that process.
So we don't have the ability to just kind of say, well, we're not ready for this yet, so once zoning is done, if an application for a site plan is submitted, we have a timeline within which we have to
It's
consider.
coming up in the new session as well, and they're going to shrink it in the next session.
Well, that's interesting, but I mean, for right now, what we're bound to is either, is that the max, 180 days?
I believe it was 180, and Jim maybe can verify it. I know I just looked at it, but I can't, 120 or 180, I
Okay.
can't remember.
It's 180 days for applications that require final action through a quasi-judicial hearing or a public hearing. The
180.
municipality must approve with conditions, or deny the application for a development permit or development order.
Okay, so we have 180. Okay, so based on everything I've seen, I understand, you know, zoning is done, we can't unwind that clock. I understand the concerns, but this property owner, and I would like to, because there was a comment brought up about density. The density calculations, wetlands are considered, and even with the wetland consideration, the maximum density would be 255 units or 8.7 units per acre, and this applicant has gone below that at 216 units or 7.4 units per acre, and that is with the consideration of the wetland. So obviously, anytime density is lower than the max that is permitted, I'm appreciative of that. Based on everything that what we have to consider today, which is section 2.10.04 of the LDC, based on the timeline that we're bound to, based on the legal requirements that we have at this juncture, we have to consider this application. The property owner does have rights. It has already been rezoned, I think a year ago, a year and a half ago. So they have the right to build multifamily. And so my motion would be to approve the site plan, but with Mr. Fong's recommendations for the safety mechanisms in place on Old Kings Road, for the turn lanes that we talked about, the deceleration lanes. And I wouldn't make a motion regarding the bus stop at this time, because I just don't have enough information.
Fair enough. Okay, city council members, is the motion clear? So I would ask for a
I would
second.
second that motion.
So I have a second from the vice mayor. Any further discussion by city council? Okay, I would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Yeah.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alphen?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-0.
We now move to section H, resolutions, number 8. So just hold for a second, please, before you read that in.
Can't believe it. Go on, Doug, sorry.
Okay, Counselor, if you would read the next resolution in for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution 2023 for the Southern Recreation Center. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving expenses related to the Southern Recreation Center project, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the necessary documents, providing for future amendments, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Cody, you have the presentation. Who set the presentation?
Yes, I do have a presentation today. I have again, Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering. With me, I have Eric Gibo, the architect for the city. Today, we're going to go through a presentation that covers several items on the agenda, and I'll summarize that at the end of the presentation, just so it's clear as to what we're seeking approval on. So we're here to give an update on various park projects. Our first project we really wanted to talk about was Ralph Carter Park, multi-purpose field renovations. This project was completed in 2009 as a neighborhood park, and the current budget funding was included to address the multi-purpose field conditions. Efforts to proceed with these field improvements, which will be performed with in-house staff, is underway. The scope of the work includes correcting any grading and drainage issues and to replace the sod. In addition, we have explored options with the field lighting manufacturer to explore the stray lighting concerns that the city has received. The current Musco lighting has a light level warranty until September of 2033. Musco has provided a solution to install fixture visors to address the stray lighting concerns at a cost of just over $10,000. Due to the remaining life of the existing fixtures, this being a neighborhood park and available funding, artificial turf and LED lighting conversion was not explored at this time. Staff is seeking approval of project expenses in the amount of $450,000 to complete these renovations as included in the approved budget. So the bullet points on the screen that show you the field drainage corrections, the sod replacement, and the field lighting concern are the major enhancements. Design is currently underway. We're looking at the existing as-builts and the original design. Procurement will begin, and then construction of the field renovations would actually occur after the spring season over the summer, so the sod has time to grow in and establish during the warm weather and be ready for fall use. The next item that we want to touch upon is our Indian Trail Sports Complex. At this facility, we have several projects in the works and in our 5-year CIP. We have field improvements and additional parking. In 2025, we have funding identified in the CIP for adding LED lighting to the 4 most recently constructed baseball, softball fields, 5 through 8, and sod replacement of the existing baseball, softball fields 1 through 4, as well as the construction of additional 135 parking spots. The design of the parking lot is already designed and permitted. Our Belterre Park, an aquatic facility, rehab and renovation. In 2021, a park and pool facility assessment was conducted by Olson Lavoie, consultant for the city. Utilizing the information from this assessment and the recently completed countywide Parks Master Plan, staff will be enlisting the services of Olson LaVoy to develop a specific master plan for Belterre Park to determine the future use of the facility and potential modifications that will be required should the current amenities remain. The master plan will include collaboration with the Flagler County School District. The master plan would be conducted in fiscal year 25, and then improvements would begin in 26 per our current 5-year plan. The Southern Recreation Center, we're excited to announce in the Trailhead project, we're excited to announce that these 2 major projects are nearing completion with a ribbon cutting scheduled for late January or early February. The earlier photo on the left shows a trailhead consisting of a small and large dog park, a parking lot, community gardens, and a restroom facility. The Southern Recreation Facility expansion consists of 6 new uncovered pickleball courts and 6 covered pickleball courts, as well as a 2-story building to house operations, restrooms, and showers, 2 multi-purpose rooms, viewing space to observe pickleball and tennis courts, as well as a food service with indoor and outdoor dining areas. The Palm Coast Tennis Center, originally built in 2007, included 10 clay courts, associated parking, and a modular building. You'll note that this figure showing the existing courts in green, or light green, and the newly constructed building and pickleball court shown in white, which is we've been referring to as Phase 1. Some priority maintenance items were identified, and funding to address these items will be funded in the Park Renovation and Rehabilitation Fund of the current budget. There currently are some drainage issues with the existing facility causing the courts to not drain affecting maintenance and playability. In addition, the utility lift station and modular building and court lighting electrical is fed from an old transformer enclosure that is in disrepair. The electrical will be modified to tie into the new Southern Rec building to eliminate a meter and electrical transformer to take advantage of the solar power panel supplying and provide a savings for operational costs. Staff will be seeking approval in the amount of $225 to address these items. Existing facility energy improvements. Park lighting is a major component that is part of all the projects in the previous slides, as well as for this particular facility. A citywide energy analysis of all city facilities was performed in 2014. It was determined that the Southern Rec Center was a project identified in the report to upgrade the existing lights to LED fixtures, resulting in a minimum of 12% reduction in yearly energy use. Maintenance costs would be reduced dramatically, with LED fixtures lasting an average of 8 times longer than the existing metal halide fixtures. Additionally, replacement of the current system would allow for greater flexibility in lighting control and the opportunity to host USTA tournaments, as the current lighting is inadequate for this type of event. As part of our TDC grant, hosting events is part of the grant requirement, and having this tournament level lighting will provide greater ability to host tournaments. The city is currently pursuing grant funding to upgrade the lighting here and at various other parks to the LED fixtures. Staff is seeking approval of a piggyback contract with Musco to be utilized citywide at various facilities for new and existing lighting needs. In addition, staff is seeking approval in the amount of $625,000 to address the lighting replacement at the Southern Rec Center.
Mr. Cody, just quickly, could you refresh my memory on the collaboration with the school district on the Belterre Park? The nature of the collaboration.
Yeah, it's a shared property, much like our other facilities, Indian Trail Sports Complex, where we share some property.
Shared in ownership? Or
maybe shared uses. We just want to have them in the discussion,
Okay.
in the conversation, when we look at what that park would be like. They have their bus drop-off carpool routes that go through the park.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of working together with them, because we abut each other and we want to be good neighbors and make the best use of both properties.
But in the spirit of collaboration, we drive the discussion regarding Belterre Park, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
There may be there was in the past to use some of their lands for maybe additional fields, possibly. So there'll just be some joint discussion on what opportunities may be out there.
Okay, and it may not have been clear, but when you mentioned lighting and some other things, I think that you were addressing some public comment that we've heard frequently over the many months of the prior years in terms of the lighting type and things like that.
Yes, at Ralph Carter Park, that was specific to Musco. The manufacturer has been to the site. They've come up with the design, have some shields that are available. They've priced those shields. You know, that's, as part of this piggyback contract, we could get them in here to go ahead and install those shields.
Would any city council members like to comment on the quality of life?
Go
Do you have any
ahead,
questions?
please, go
Sorry,
ahead.
no, I just had a couple questions. Well, first.
I have more slides. I don't know if you want to
Oh,
continue.
you do? Okay, I thought you were done.
I thought it said questions, I'm sorry.
I slipped.
I did too, actually.
My
I thought
mouse
I saw
slipped
it.
and I went to the end and
All
I skipped
right.
a couple slides.
Trying to
I
check.
apologize. The Southern Recreation Center Phase 2 preparation and USTA grant. So the city has been in coordination with USTA regarding a one-time grant opportunity to fund the construction of additional clay tennis courts. These are shown on the graphic in gold as Phase 2, which consists of 1 stadium court and 4 additional courts suitable for tournament play. The stadium court is strategically located adjacent to an expansion of the current observation deck with access directly to the food and beverage concession operation. 2 rows of stadium seating will be provided with wheelchair spaces at court level accessed by a ramp from the observation deck. In addition, the city has been coordinating with the design team to finalize the site design, obtain all necessary permits and approvals, conservation easement release, so that the city has a viable and approved set of site construction drawings for future city needs. Part of the necessity to complete these tasks is to take advantage of 20,000 cubic yards of fill that would be imported from our London Way stormwater project, saving the city roughly $240,000 in import fill costs. Additionally, the clearing and grading of the site and installation of the silt fencing in preparation for this fill material is being performed in-house by city staff, further providing significant cost savings. Staff is seeking approval in the amount of $450,000 to complete the design, permitting, conservation easement costs, site work, grading, partial construction of stormwater infrastructure, path, and other improvements to have a pad-ready site for future improvements. In addition, staff is seeking approval to pursue a grant with USTA to construct 5 additional courts, where USTA would manage the grant and construction of the courts. There are several items, however, that would be required that the city would be responsible for, including, but not limited to, site preparation, stormwater, grading, sidewalks, stadium seating, landscaping, court lighting, benches, and shade coverings. The preliminary discussion with USTA, I think in the agenda packet, I think it might have referenced $600,000 grant. I think there's, talk of possibly $700,000. Whatever those 5 courts would cost would be what would be funded. The city funding an equal $600,000 to cover the non-USTA funded elements. And city staff would bring this item back to council in the future once we have a grant agreement where we would be seeking city expenses for that non-USTA items. So this is just, I think we have on the next slide, just to summarize the various slides, because we covered many projects, a few different dollar amounts, so I literally want to touch upon each one of those independently. So we do have an approval of a resolution in the packet to approve a Musco lighting piggyback contract that can be used citywide. We also have approval of a resolution for Ralph Carter Park multipurpose field improvement expenses in an amount of $450,000. That addresses the lighting and the field. We have approval of a resolution for the Southern Recreation Center expenses to do existing facility rehabilitation of $225,000, court lighting replacement with LED Musco lights for $625,000, and then design permitting, CE release, and construction costs in the amount of $450,000. And then we were just seeking consensus to pursue a USTA grant for additional courts. It says $600,000 on here, but that number probably should be $700,000 managed by USTA. And then the city match would be, those dollars would be set later when we come back with the grant agreement. So those are just kind of placeholder numbers. The grant agreement would have those specific amounts when we do come back. So it would be 3 resolutions and then just consensus to move forward to seek and work with USTA on that grant agreement.
All right, Councilwoman Pontieri, I know you have a question. I need to clarify something first. So you're seeking City Council's approval on 3 separate resolutions?
Correct.
Okay, that's not the way my agenda reads, so.
They're
Resolution
part of the
with this
consent.
packet and 2 in under consent.
Say it again?
They're part of the consent. Everything but
No,
the
no,
grant is
okay.
part of the consent.
All right, I got it. Okay, thank you for that. All right, please, you have questions?
I have none. Go ahead.
So, I did want to say thank you so much to Parks and Rec for listening to our residents and for working with me. I know I've been kind of a thorn on the lighting at RC Park and the improvement to RC Park. And I'm also very happy to see that we are budgeting for lights at Indian Trails. My question on that was, what are fields 5 through 8 and 1 through 4? I'm just curious, because 1
through 4 were the original 4 fields. The 5 through 8 were the new fields. We converted 2 soccer fields to baseball, softball fields just, 2 years ago?
Okay, so it's a mix of diamond and rectangular?
Well, no, it would just be all the baseball fields.
All diamond now,
There were
okay.
originally 4 baseball fields, 1 softball, 4 baseball, and the original facility when it was built. Those have existing lighting
Right.
now. Then, about 3 years ago, we converted 2 soccer fields, or multi-purpose fields, to 4 baseball/softball fields. I think they're flexible to be either or.
Okay.
And
Okay,
those
that's what I
don't
was
have
curious
lighting
about.
because the cost of lighting was too expensive. So we put in the 5-year plan to add lighting, and that is occurring in the budget for next year.
Perfect. I'm very excited to see that. I think that's great for our young people, so thank you, Mr. Hurst, for working so hard towards that, and to our staff for working towards that. My only question was the source of funds. It says for the $625,000 is energy improvements. Is that for the lighting? I mean, what? I just wanna make
In
sure
our
the budget-
capital improvements fund, we've always had a line item for energy improvements where we would do these modifications. Typically, they would come from that Siemens report that was done in 2014 where they identified projects for us to proceed with. It could be used for a multitude of things. It could have been used for grant matches for solar panels on a facility. It was some type of energy upgrades for city facilities citywide. So that was in the budget. There's a specific line item for that.
So I just want to make sure we're not sacrificing something else that was a project or a priority for, we're not just filling in gaps, right?
Right, this wasn't added in, this was in the budget, this line
Okay.
item.
Perfect. I have nothing further.
Yeah, no, I would say let there be light, and I appreciate the feedback that you guys are taking. Also, not forgetting about our tennis stars. I think this is a great. I'm so ecstatic to see the progress that we're making on the tennis center. That's amazing. I'm super excited for not only the residents but also people who currently aren't playing these sports to come out and take a look at these type of things when they're finished. I'm super excited about it. But thank you guys for all the hard work.
And just a final comment. Help me with this. It's my understanding that the improvements, if we're successful with this grant, elevate our status with the United States Tennis Association. Is that correct in terms of tournament play?
Yeah, actually,
Which also-
we do have the USTA representative here today if you'd like to hear
No, but
from
you can
her.
answer. You know the answer.
Yes, absolutely. More courts, there's a certain number of
Subsequently,
courts
would
that have.
increase the crowds and the attendees.
Yeah, usually it goes by number of courts based on the level of tournament you can have, so it would bump us up to a different category of tournament level that we could have here, but I don't know the real specifics.
No, I'm just,
Okay.
generally speaking, that there, in addition to the improvement in the quality of the courts, there's an economic development piece to this too, because it elevates the status of the courts, brings higher level competition, which would bring more visitors and spectators to the area. I think we all kind of generally understand that. I'm not looking to quantify that. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If there are no other specific questions, I mean, I can't use home run, grand slam, I don't know what else.
Tennis
we
grand
have.
slam, you could do a tennis grand slam before you ever reach.
Okay, he did. I would open this item up to the public for anyone that would like to comment. Please come forward.
First of all, very smart, and thank you for the grant, and looking for a grant. I have to appreciate that from the city, that helps. Also, I've been living here for a while. I know where the Ralph Carter Park is, and but why don't we put the addresses of the parks when we speak in the city? Because some other newcomers might know where the parks are located, or at least give an idea where. I know where, but I don't know, when you're talking about the Southern Recreation Center, I don't know where it's located at. Where is off Belterre? Where is that?
Behind the fire station on Belterre.
Okay,
Can't miss
are you,
it. Behind the fire station on Belterra, you
It's
can't miss it.
It's what it used to be, the original.
Giant building behind the fire
Okay.
station.
Now, is this what it used
No
to be?
Q&A, just go ahead and make your comment.
Okay, that's good. All right, now, is this what it used to be called the racket and the racket, oh no, that's a different, the one thing that I want to make sure with the council is that these are all great plans and improvements, but let's don't forget that the residents need that pool that the city is helping and the county with on what it was original, the racket club and swim center. They need it because a lot of families don't have pools on their homes, they have children, and and our summers are very hot and very long, so let's don't forget that it's needed for the maintenance of that pool, and also what it used to be the Frida Samba pool is called now the Palm Coast Aquatic, whatever, right? Now, we have 2 pools for the community in that area. So it's important for the families and the children that also don't forget, because I know there were issues with the pool, it's closed on weekends. It should be open on weekends and summer for the people, you know, and the children. That's all that I wanted to say.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Agnes Lightfoot, and I am president of Friends of Tennis. And I've been with the tennis facility for many years. And I'm here to agree with the presentation that was just made in behalf of all the tennis players who could not be here today. USTA grant, oh my gosh, we are so happy because we have moved to a point here in Palm Coast where the USTA has begun to recognize us. And the project's funding is secured through that grant, which means that most of the financial burden will not be on the community. It's a convenient location. Building the new courts on the same site as the new community center eliminates the need to purchase additional land, making efficient use of the existing space. Show court for spectators, it was mentioned already. The inclusion of a show court with seating for spectators will not only attract more players, but tourists and major competition throughout the area. Year-round usage of the place. The new courts designed for day and night events will be available year-round, increasing accessibility for residents of all ages and schedules. Clay courts. We found that they have been really worthwhile for us, and we will continue with that. The decision to install more is a wise choice, as they offer a unique playing experience for tennis players. You know, we talked about all of this already, but in addition to that, the improved lighting, that's going to make a difference so that more hours of the courts will be available. And we're glad that you've already considered it. And we know you've taken a look at the drainage problem, and we want that corrected, and I see that you've addressed that as well. So on behalf of all the tennis players, we want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
We thank you for your comment. Are there any remaining speakers that would like to address me or City Council at this time? Yes, ma'am.
I have to say something. I've been sitting here for so long. Nikki White. I'm an avid tennis player, as you all know. One of the big problems that I don't see addressed since I've been sitting and listening is the parking problem there. We have a very serious parking problem, and by adding all the things that we want to do, and there's land around, and I don't know what the status of the land is because I haven't come to all those meetings, but there's land there that could be used for parking. And if we don't increase the parking, the use of the facility is going to decrease instead of increase. And the USTA is an honored society, internationally recognized, which will really do a lot for our advertising Palm Coast.
We thank you for your comment. Are there any remaining speakers? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Randall Shue. Like Ms. Lightfoot ahead of me, I'm also a tennis player and spend quite a bit of time at the tennis courts, traveling down Old Kings Road oftentimes to do so. The recognition by the USTA of Tennis and Palm Coast, I think, says a lot. They sponsor the US Open, which is arguably the premier tennis event in the world, and have them recognize Palm Coast, I think, says a lot. So I would second Agnes's comments and commend to the City Council their serious consideration of USTA participation and what it represents for the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any remaining speakers? Then I'll go ahead and close public comment. I have to, it would be an oversight if I didn't also mention, and we refer to Riley Opelka frequently, but I would really make a shout out to the entire Opelka family, who may not be directly involved in today's meeting, but certainly are a foundational pillar helping us get to where we got today. So I wouldn't want anyone to leave the meeting today not remembering how important the Opelka name is, both for today and for the Opelka interest in our community going forward for the future. So with that, is there any additional comment or questions, discussion from City Council?
On this item, no.
No, I just want to commend Carl on your amazing sweater. It's awesome. I
At the
could
back.
see
Don't
something
look at the back.
Christmassy from the back, but seeing up close that it's Santa hat doesn't get better than that.
Councilman?
No other comments. I would also second the Opelka shout out and Papa Giorgio. They're tremendous pillars in our community, and yeah, I look forward to moving forward with the USTA Palm Coast in collaboration.
And I can touch upon the one question that was brought up about the additional parking. Part of one of the approvals would be to complete the design of the entire site, which is adding parking. We would have to, get that FPL approval, and that is part of that process as well. So, hopefully this trailhead is adding some parking. I think it's 70 spaces with the trailhead, so that will provide some overflow parking for the facility. But we do know the needs of additional parking, and that our goal is to get that permitted and designed and ready to move forward, as the future is going to hold, we're going to have a need for it.
Thank you for the answer. So with that, I would ask for a motion.
Is this just a motion? Is this not part of the consent agenda?
This item is, so the other items are, this one is not, so this was
I'll make the
separate.
motion.
So make a motion.
Yes.
Make a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, better.
There
Make
you
a
go.
motion to approve the item. Thank you. Is there the Vice Mayor has made a motion to approve the resolution. Is there a second?
I would second that.
Councilman Clufus has seconded the motion. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Mr. Clerk, have the count?
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We move now to section I of the agenda, which is the consent agenda. I would ask City Council members, is there any item on the consent agenda that you would like to?
Item
Okay.
number 23.
So are you asking to remove it, or you want to discuss it?
Well, we can discuss it, and I see Councilwoman Pontieri is with me, I guess. I don't know,
You're-
we may be talking about two different
You're good,
things,
you're
though.
good to discuss it, so you're not asking to
For the
remove it at
moment,
this time?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilman Clufus? Then let's go forward with a discussion.
We could bring, if someone can bring up the 5C and 5C3, if we can get
Hold
that
on
on
a
the
second.
screen. I want to make sure I'm reading it right, if we have anyone here who can do that.
Picked the wrong moment.
I think
You'll
this
have
is
to
in
wait
the
a
Joe
minute.
Rogan podcast.
How about while we're
Shane,
waiting,
but,
Councilwoman Pontier, do you have a different item?
I do.
We'll come back-
I was
we'll come
gonna
back.
let
Let me
him
just-
look at my copy. I have a copy here.
Oh, do you? All right. Well, it's just, I mean, if you all want
Well,
to
no,
look at it.
no, everybody's got, yeah.
Okay, so
Just to be fair.
we had previously talked about wanting Councilwoman Hyder here for the AHAC discussion.
Yes.
And she is not here again. It's item 21, so I would suggest pulling that for today if possible. I don't know what timeline, though,
I'm
we're on.
the past chair. Go ahead, City Manager.
I have confirmed with staff that they have coordinated directly with Councilmember Hyder. If you need confirmation, we can do that on the record.
Then, no, I don't need confirmation. If you're telling me that, that's
Yep.
fine. I do
Okay.
have a couple discussion points, though, so we can wait after we go over 23, but I do want to discuss 21 as well.
Okay. Vice Mayor, I think we're back to you.
Right, so my understanding.
Which item are you referring to?
Well, I was talking about item 5C and item 5C3. We originally, when we had this conversation, agreed that, at least my understanding was, that we were not going to limit public comment whether it be on a workshop or on an agenda item, but yet here we're limiting it to 30 minutes. And that was not what I agreed to. And my feeling is we can't limit public comment time-wise. You know, I mean, for the whole subject. I mean, we had said, you're right, we got to keep it open. If people sit here and they want to take up 4 hours of our time, we have to kind of sit here and listen to them. We have no right to sort of limit the time that can be discussed. And everybody still gets their 3 minutes, but if there's 30 people in here, we can't say, well, we're only going to have 30 minutes. So those two items I would like
So
to
let's,
change.
if we could, just to make it, so we can expedite this.
Yeah.
I agree with your comment, by the way.
I think
I
that
don't,
this
I
was
don't,
just
I don't
something that-
recall the 30-minute cap being, I don't think there was consensus on that item all the way down. Councilman Pontier, do you agree?
I agree. I had the same note. I was going to note that I think we discussed that the presiding officer, who would be you, Mayor, could extend the 30 minutes. I think that was
Correct.
what kind of the.
But
the
it's not
end.
reflected well
It's not.
in the way this is written.
I had made the note as well, so
Yeah,
I agree.
We're all in agreement with that, so let's make a note that we're gonna remove 3, right?
Well,
No,
remove
Don't remove it.
3 and also
Well,
just
hold
in
on, wait,
C.
one at a time. So that one regarding the 30-minute timeline, we're agreeing to remove.
I don't think we're agreeing to remove it. I think what it
Okay.
should say is public comments on non-agenda items, parentheses, 3-minute limit individually, close parentheses. If we want to put something that at the discretion of the mayor or the presiding officer, the total time can be extended by 30 minutes, but I don't think we can remove 30.
No, I'd prefer not to extend by, well, all right, what do you all want?
I mean, I don't know why you would extend it, because we would just sit here and just
No,
listen
not
through it,
extending the
right?
3 minutes.
No, no,
I'm
No.
talking about the 30
30
minutes.
minutes,
But
but
we have
why
no,
we would
but we
even,
have no limit to start with, extended from what?
right. If we get rid
We
of
already
the
have no
30
end-
minutes.
no end-
I'm just saying, that's what the discussion was.
Yeah.
Reflected, that was the discussion. I
agreed.
don't, if we want to remove the 30-minute time limit,
That's
I'm
what I
fine
think
with that.
I think we're suggesting.
And on both workshops?
Yes.
And
No, they
agenda.
mirror each other, yes.
Because,
So for your comments, Vice Mayor, I think there's a consensus, a unanimous consensus on doing what we just said. And Counselor, do you have the note to make that adjustment?
Just to make sure you guys,
Go ahead.
you all are looking at order of business under subsection 5C3, and you're saying to close their parentheses after the word individually and strike the rest of the sentence?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, got
Very
it.
good. Vice Mayor, does that handle your points?
yes,
Good.
yes.
And City Councilwoman Pontieri, you have,
Give me a promotion.
not Christmas yet.
The only other comment I had was, I just want to point out that it does address our city attorney's role in the, in our policies and procedures, and it does allow her to advise us. So on instances like earlier, when she did try to advise us, I have to assume that that's in the interest to protect us. So I would ask that we give our city attorney that time rather than I don't want to say correcting her, but cutting her off, or him, whoever ends up sitting in the seat full time, giving that opportunity, because I think it is vital that we get that.
I don't disagree with you philosophically, but remember that is your employee, so I hear you, but it'll ultimately be up to city council members to make that decision.
Right, but that decision was taken from us today. So I'm asking for just a recognition that if the city attorney.
Actually, I think it wasn't taken from us. I made a motion, and the city attorney was directing her comment to me, and I declined it.
You didn't
So
have the
I'll-
gavel.
I'm sorry?
You did not have the gavel to make that decision. And that's
No,
what.
actually, I hadn't passed it. Well, let's see.
Didn't have the
Okay.
gavel.
But I had the gavel and I declined.
Well,
it,
no,
too.
but I didn't, but as a city council member, I don't need the gavel
I
to.
don't want to rehash it. I'm just
Okay,
pointing out
good enough.
that the attorney, the city attorney's
Understood.
role is in the policy.
Understood.
One other item.
Yeah, you got another one. Go ahead.
Because it is in.
Go ahead, you found something.
It's in, I had two things, 5C3 and 5C. We have a pretty good procedure here. If we're going to move an agenda item, you ask for our consensus, and either we agree or don't agree, and here that's not in there. And I'd like to continue the consensus aspect of it. It works well.
That's actually it's covered in Robert's rules, which we do subscribe to.
Right, but here it's not covered.
Well, okay.
So I would just say, with consensus, the mayor can move an agenda item.
I don't have a big problem with it. I'm not trying to encourage that. In other words, agendas are steadfast, and there's only certain circumstances you want to.
And like if you see there's a group of people
What do
with
you,
children,
are you all okay with that? I'm not trying to,
we give it to you.
offer additional powers. I don't have a big problem with it.
Yeah, it's the way you're doing it.
Councilman Pontieri,
the way
okay?
you're doing it works. It works.
Councilor, do you have that? We're going to make an addition.
Don't break it.
That agenda items can be, the order of agenda items can be changed with a consensus of city council preceding the meeting agenda.
Sure.
No, preceding the meeting agenda, yeah. Okay.
Like I said, don't break it. You've already got it fixed. It
I
works.
only have one comment. So it is important to know that this city council has agreed to increase the amount of public comment that is available to every resident in the city of Palm Coast, despite the fact that I could see that we may lengthen meetings significantly, but we've chosen a higher road, and we will allow public comment at workshops after each agenda item, which is a significant step forward in terms of engaging the public and allowing them to speak so that we can hear what their wants and needs are. So I appreciate that from everyone here on City Council. With that, I would open up the consent agenda to the public. Are there any comments from the public?
I've been paying Celia Buglisi in Palm Coast since 1991. I've been paying attention to what you were talking about. I welcome all those improvements to our input in meetings. And I just want to make sure wasn't very clear to me that now we will be able to speak on workshops on each item after it's discussed by the council, right? That's important. And we are not going to be like in the county that is a disaster. They limit 30 minutes, and if you have 40 people, people don't have the chance to speak. Right? It's not going to be here, right? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone come forward, I will close public comment. I will come back to the dais, and I will ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the several changes.
That motion
Mayor,
to approve?
I had said I wanted to discuss 21.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I
Sorry,
apologize.
Just really quickly. I just had a general question because some of the, like on the summary of incentives, one of the suggestions was an 11% density bonus over max density for affordable housing projects, meeting certain specifications. We are not through this approval, we are not saying that we're allowing any of these things, are we? Can we just get a clarification
No, ma'am,
on that,
we're
Mr.
not.
Papa?
Yes, ma'am, we're not. We're not. It would require an ordinance of the city to implement such a change.
Okay, so I guess fundamentally, or what is the purpose of what we are approving here today then?
The purpose is that as a part of our interlocal agreement, where the county runs the SHIP program for funds that technically could come directly to the city, we're sort of a signature to the annual report and the 3-year work plan that they have. And so it comes to this council for basically their acknowledgement in the same way that it goes to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
So these are just things for us to consider in the future that we're kind of saying, hey, we'll consider these things broadly?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And to be on board with the county, because it's an interlocal, so yeah.
Sure. Okay, thank you for that.
Does that clarify it? Just a reminder, I would encourage you at the appropriate time or whenever your suggestion that Mr. Papa, the name of your committee that oversees this, that I used to oversee, and I can't remember now.
Sure.
Citizens Advisory.
Citizens Advisory Task Force.
Task Force,
Yes,
the CATFI.
Yes, sir.
Yes. You had made a suggestion that we might in the future look at job training skills as perhaps a good investment, should those dollars be available and not prioritized for housing. I just didn't want to overlook that. Now, that's for discussion later, that's not part of this. So with the, thank you. So with that, I would ask for a motion,
I'll make that motion to approve the agenda.
the consent agenda, okay? Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilman Clufus. Is there any additional discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, with that, I would move to section K, discussion by city council members. Do you want to start?
Sure.
You have anything?
I was actually, she beat me to the punch, but I was going to compliment Carl on his sweater. I just, in that mood, I just want to wish everyone a Happy New Year, a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Festivus for the rest of us.
Yes.
I know our city manager is going to give us a little update on this flooding situation, so I am looking forward to that.
Councilwoman Pontieri?
Thank you. I'll second. I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and a please, please, please safe New Year. I also want to thank Flagler County Sheriff's Office for going out to Florida Park Drive and enforcing our truck ordinance. I also appreciate the update on that report, and I look forward to continuing to see that hopefully on a regular basis. So thank you for the efforts there and the communications. And thank you to staff for everything that you've done during this Christmas season to bring events and really good spirit to our city.
Councilman Clufus?
I would just echo what's already been told. Happy holidays to all of the staff and everyone who's listening. I enjoyed the Festivus reference. That's a good one. But again, happy holidays. Be safe.
So you guys covered everybody. I just have to specifically shout out to staff. You're going to get a much-needed break from us for at least some number of days. So I know that you're going to greatly appreciate that. So we will miss you, but we'll see you back in the new year. And also, Commander, thank you for everything you do. All right. With that, I would ask the attorney, are there any comments that you'd like to make? No. No, I've done public participation. I finished I closed public participation. I think. Hold on.
Oh, actually.
Respectfully, we only did it for the
actually, you
consent.
owe us
Oh,
one.
I'm so sorry. So please forgive me. Just a second now.
From the top.
Take two.
Exactly.
So I will entertain final public participation.
First of all, I hope, Celia Puglisi, I hope everybody will have great holidays. And here I couldn't be on the opening of the meeting today, so I am going to back up the comment of Mr. Joe Rannock regarding that 150 feet still up there 5G tower on number 7 Clubhouse Drive that we are opposing, the Homeowners Association of Carson Park Estates, all the members, and the people on Lake Forest, and also Mr. Ronak on that street on the back of us, which is Corny Lane, will affect seriously probably our health. We have little babies living 150 feet from that tower, and we don't know the implications on long-term health effects, which are being studied all over. And like I said, Stanford, Connecticut board have stopped any of those towers, given the concern about the future health of their residents, and many other cities are going through that. So we are not asking no to the tower. We are just begging you, move it quite a few hundred feet away from us. Don't have it 150 feet from our homes. We are just asking you have all that area along, Linear Park with all those tall trees and plenty land there where no houses are around. Look at the Linear Park from our section in Clubhouse Drive, where you want to put it, all the way to Culver Lane. There are no homes there. Just we are asking you, please, place it few hundred feet from our home. I am happy for the residents of Grand Haven because they got one, but it's right inside the Graham Swamp, away from Culver Lane, and probably around 2,500 feet from any of their homes. Good for them. We have the same rights, Move it few hundred feet away from endangering the value of our homes and probably our future health, and we won't have no problem with that tower. So if somebody here is failing us And we would not like to have that failure so close to our home. So we are asking you, please do that for us, because I know that you don't vote like we want sometimes, like just happen, but please do that for us. We are asking you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address me at this time? Seeing no one come forward now, I will properly close public comment and do my best to return us to the holiday spirit. Does the city attorney, well, let's go through. Let's do it correctly. Are there any final comments from city council members? I think you've all spoken, so thank you for that. Does the city attorney have any final comments for today?
Happy holidays. Have
Thank
a safe
you.
New Year.
City manager, you're up.
Yes, I have 3 items. First of all, as part of your agenda packet, there's emergency sole source items on there. Any questions regarding that? No. Moving on, per city council's request, you had given direction, given an update on a weekly basis on the infill update process, and I know that we communicate on a one-on-one basis. You've gotten some presentations. You get a weekly email that provides you an update, but I'm going to ask Carl Cody to come up and give a brief overview of where we're at this week.
The numbers keep changing, had to bring my computer with me. So, as of this morning, we had a total of 133 cases. We visited 24 sites. We scheduled 57 more site visits with the homeowners. We've attempted contact and left messages with another 48 property owners. And we're still 2 cases that we need to reach out to and make contact. And we've closed 16 cases of those. So that's kind of the summary of the caseload. Now, we have scheduled a meeting with HBA for this week. I believe it's Thursday, to go through their feedback on the proposed draft that was issued to them a couple weeks ago. So our goal is to take those comments, and based on the extent of feedback, we'll set a date on when we will enact those in that new updated version of the technical manual. So those are the 2 big items I think out there. Our goal is to come back to council. We're working on putting together a timeline. We're targeting, I believe, most of our inspections are going to occur to get through a lot of these cases by the end of January. So I think our goal is in the February workshop to come back to you and give you an update of where we are at that point, because we'll have a majority of these completed, that we can go through our findings with you and provide some additional legal update on any other items that we've collected that we've identified. So that's kind of just a rough summary. Any questions?
I have a question. When you say closed, what was the outcome of those closed?
The ones that we have closed, either a resident called and said, hey, I have a new home building next to me, I'm worried about my lot. Well, they don't have flooding concerns now, they were just worried about the elevation of the home. We didn't find anything that would indicate there was going to be a flooding concern at their property. Or they may have called in with a infill lot flooding issue, but there was really a swale concern. So we just moved it to a swale issue as opposed to an infill lot, because it really had to do with the swale in front of the home, nothing to do with the drainage from the neighboring property. There was a couple where they said they had infill lot drainage, but they already went ahead and made corrections to their property. There was no issues on the current property now. They just wanted to, asked us to close it. They just wanted to make us aware that at one time there was a concern, and they took care of it.
So are you saying the ones that we've closed, we've helped them solve their problem?
Or they don't have a problem.
They don't have a problem.
Right. If they do have, if any of these have retaining water on their lot, we're keeping them open. So only the ones closed don't have an issue of currently holding water on the property.
Okay.
Anybody else? Carl, just not to belabor the point right now, but has the Home Builders Association indicated that they would speak to their membership in advance of our changing the rules so that they could get on board a little bit earlier before we go through our process?
That was the intent of sending them the draft, was for them to distribute it to all their members to get feedback, so if they can't attend the meeting, they can
Okay,
provide their comments, so.
I would ask city manager to have staff personally meet with their staff and ask if they could push their efforts forward in advance of the process that we're going through, just expeditiously. I think that you'll get a positive response if we push it over and above just a letter.
Very good, Mayor.
Yeah, and I
Thank you.
believe we've had some discussion with them independently on this item, so.
Very good.
Not having a discussion with them later this week, too?
Well, Carl mentioned that on a technical level on Thursday, we're
okay.
having that
Right.
discussion.
All their members can come and speak on the matter.
Thank you, Carl.
And just one final item, we just pushed out a news release about trash schedule. Sometimes there's some confusion on garbage that you might hear about. Please indicate, go to social media, go to our website. You'll hear all about that information. And my final point is, I have to make a big shout out to staff. We've had a wonderful year. And to your point, City Council recognizing our first responders, our utility operators, you know, those staff that are on call on Christmas and New Year's Day. You know, we're looking out for our community even though the rest of us are celebrating the holidays.
Very good. I thank you. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion to
I have a
adjourn.
motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second. All in favor, aye? Aye. We are adjourned.